just gotta keep moving forward.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the second iteration of Coaching Clash. This time we're hosting the Coaching Clash, the Platinum Push, where we take a bunch of Platinum teams, put them against each other. Coaches come in, decide, pick out some teams, and then we see what a little bit of good coaching can do for some of these lower ranked players. Here we have Coach Metal and Coach Whistle here to discuss some of the details of the tournament, some of the pre tournament stuff. So let me pass it off on to them.
Howdy, I'm Whistle. I was a participant and the host of the last event and this one, and we have Metal here. Metal.
Coach Metal. I also participated in the last coaching clash.
Mhm. Yeah,
Awesome.
I think the biggest thing to talk about is just kind of the big change in what we're doing. Last time what we did was we just kind of said, okay, here are the coaches, go find teams. Now we have like an actual tournament. The coaches can see what the teams are about. You guys can see what the teams are about because last time that was kind of a big deal where it was you just saw the teams after the coaching. I think it's a big thing whenever you guys can see not just what happens after they got coached, but how they were before.
I think it establishes a little bit more competitive integrity too. So the coaches can't get ahead of the game and start, picking a team and coaching them right away. Now all the teams and all the coaches start at the same time from this tournament because the coaches don't really know who they're going to be working with.
Yeah, exactly. Just to give you a quick rundown of this tournament is not really competitive at all. We're just here. We're all just over here. We're looking at the teams. We have me. We have Coach, or not me. I'm dumb. We have Coach Metal. We have Careless. We have Coach Sama, and we have Coach Pfeffer. Those will be the guys who are looking at all these teams. And on Sunday, whenever this preliminary tournament is done, they'll be picking their teams, and we'll leave them off for about 6 weeks. See what happens. Metal. What do you think is gonna be like you being a participant in the last event? What are you going into this expecting?
Pretty much a lot of the same thing. I walked into a tornado, and which I had to organize and really fix a lot of the mistakes that were happening. Now instead of walking into a house, I'm probably gonna walk into a platform, right? A concrete platform. Just gonna have to do a little bit of cement work, build the house back up, and go from there. I expect a lot of chaos and a lot of things that need to be fixed, but I'm up for the challenge, and that's something I actually thoroughly enjoy. So.
Mhm. Yeah, I think that's one thing that like all the coaches are going to get to revel in is just being able to go into those teams and see the growth. Especially with like lower ranked teams like this, it's definitely a lot easier to see the visible growth, and it definitely helps you pride as a coach when you see that stuff.
Absolutely, absolutely. I think me and you, Whistle, we walked into what I think 3 1s, 3 2s. By the end, we were both pushing 4K by the end of that month. It was a blast. It's all about the players in this tournament. We don't get much out of it, right? We just thoroughly enjoy watching growth. And it's so much about just the improvement of players, and that's really what we're focused at. So.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why I'm really happy that I was able to get more coaches who are willing to do this kind of stuff. It's certainly not like super rewarding for the coaches necessarily. Although I will say I learned quite a bit actually. Like one would think, people who coach like, GM, high GM trials contenders even, they go and coach a low ranked team for a while. It's probably boring to not learn anything. I learned a lot actually. I think it's going to be a good experience for everyone.
Yeah, and
Um,
I think
Go
it's
for
a
it.
lot more. It fits my coaching style a little bit as far as collegiate in general because I'm used to having 6 players consistently. Now we get to walk into 6 players consistently, no trials, right? The team's already created. It's nice to go in there and just build together and build it, from the ground up. That's something I really enjoy doing as a coach.
Yeah. I think right now, like people are understanding the event. We have everybody ready in lobby. I think we're about ready to start introducing the teams. Armin, I know you have some information on those teams.
For sure, for sure. So today we have the C96 and Not Dismissed Red. We'll start off with the C96. They just came out of the Kaiju Corps, the Little Monsters tournament. They ended up placing first, which is a pretty good achievement for a team, that seemingly just formed. I don't quite have as much information on how long they've been together, but they're going up against Not Dismissed Red, who have a very long time playing together of looks like currently 3 years. So I think this is going to be an interesting match, kind of between some newer players just getting together and kind of some synergy coming from Not Dismissed Red. So I think it's going to be an interesting matchup tonight.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited to see this, you know. Metal, I hope you'll be looking intently and stuff, you know. I think right now everybody's ready, everyone's getting antsy. Let's hand this off to the casters and see how the matches go.
Alrighty, well, I am Armin. I am a caster here on the desk. We're here with Lunare, who's also going to be my co-caster here tonight. As a caster coming into this, I'm actually excited. A big change from the first coaching clash is that I think we get to end up seeing what the players were doing or what they do beforehand, and how they perform, and it kind of lifts up the curtain that we kind of had on players before, where we didn't quite get to see how much they'd improved. We just got to see the results of their training, and so I think it's going to be very fun and very interesting to see how far the players go with these 6 weeks of coaching from these very high tier coaches. So, what do you think, Lunari?
I think it's very interesting, and we will all be watching for how they will play this out. And I'm really, really interested. Like I already said, I don't know any of these teams, and I don't know how they played before. So I see many possibilities of these matchups.
For sure, for sure. Alrighty, so now we're just waiting to get everybody in the lobby, get everything started. So
Yeah,
give
but
everything just a minute here.
yes, but we don't know what our first map is gonna be, so we can talk a little bit about this. So our first map is Busan, and what we can expect really on Busan, it depends what first point we will have. So we have Mecha Base, Downtown, and Sanctuary, and I can see many comps incoming here, but mostly Brawl, I think. We can see some Ball, we can see possible Six-Man or Sigma. I am really interested what Coach said.
Well, it
What
looks like coming into Mecha Base here, I think there's one comp we're going to see and one comp only if I know Plat at all, and that's going to be Brawl coming into this. Whether we're going to see a very standard Brawl with, a Kree May or maybe a Doomfist Kree, or whether we see maybe a little bit of a mix-up and maybe go into something like Hackfist with, Orion Zarya, Doomfist, Sombra. I think that'll be very interesting. And what other thing I might think might be interesting is maybe the variation in healer comps here, because in Owl we always see Baptiste because he's so strong. You get the immortality field, you get just so much AOE healing. So I think it'll be interesting to see what. Oh,
it looks like we have a Brawl, but we have Symmetra. I'm really interested where this DPU will be placed. Honestly, I personally have no idea. Never played Sim here. And on the other side, we have Reaper, which is very strong, I believe. Now we are entering game, so we will see how this matchup will go and what team prepared for us.
absolutely. So it looks like we're both coming out main here. See, ooh, Sim getting some good poke in there. We see a Fire Strike come out from both sides. Sim starting to charge up her beam. Maywall already comes out. That's a critical ability coming out. Oh, it looks like Not Dismissed is getting punished here. We see an Immort come out. That's huge. Okay.
Yeah. And now the Maywall comes
Another
up
wall
and
coming out.
yep. Now C9, they are repositioning, trying to go a little bit on this point, and they have a control right now.
Absolutely. No picks have been traded out yet, but so far it looks like we've seen Immorts traded. We see Window coming out from Red here. Oh my. Looks like Poker Face goes down to Habutai. CBF taking out Biscuit. Looks like this is flipping in the favor of Red here. Ooh, looks like Bowhill goes down, and they just cement point control here. So the real question is, where is Sim going to set up her turrets?
Yeah, and
Alrighty.
we have some ultimates incoming. We have Symbol, we have Shatter, we almost have beat on the side of C9. I'm interested, probably Shatter will be invested this fight. On the other side, we also have Shatter and Window, also close to High Noon. There's Window going now, and oh wow!
Oh my, Makido coming out with a 3K onto C9. Habutai taking out Poker Face, though. Will that be enough to turn the fight? Is CBF going to go down as well? Oh no, Habutai getting a ton of value here for C9, but it doesn't look like it's quite enough. It looks like Not Dismissed might be able to take point control here. Makito walking in, dropping the grab. Reaper coming in. Maybe we'll see Blossom coming out. Blossom comes out and picks out CBF. So now let's see, are they going to engage onto the Zarya? Immort's coming out from both sides here. It looks like Nico goes down, and that's enough. Oh, wait. Maybe we see Beat come out. Maybe a little bit of an over-ult there. Once Habutai goes down, it looks like point is going to be swapping into the favor of Not Dismissed Red here. Let's see where they go to set up. Ooh, Avian getting staggered there. That's a huge pick coming into next fight. They're going to have to wait just that little bit longer for their Baptiste to be ready to come back into the fight, so...
Yeah, we also saw a lot of ults in this fight. I thought it's a little bit over-invested, especially Swinder and Beat. But it is what it is, sometimes in a hit fight. Oh, the Brisa is coming up right now.
Looks like Mei ends up dropping her out, but Bohill gets a pick onto the Mei. We see Window coming out. Pokerface getting a pick onto Habutai. Is that enough to confirm the fight? Pokerface engaging onto Blue Jay, gets the pick. Alright, it looks like that will shut down the push for C9. Oh, they're going into the spawn. They're out for blood. Oh no, Maywall comes out, and that looks like that's their sign to fall back, maybe not invest as much. They've got Shatter coming into this next fight, but it looks like C9 on the red side, CBF coming out with that Shatter, Nico coming out with Grav. They've got Window to combo with that Grav. Looks like they rotate out the left side there. Shatter comes down. Immort comes out. Doesn't look like they're going to catch anything from those ults, but Bohill ends up getting a pick onto Zoe on the Mei. That is a pretty critical pick because now you no longer have Maywall or Freeze. Not as much tank pressure there. CBF going and engaging, dropping down the shield. We see Simwall come out from Habutai. Now the question is Pokerface going to drop his ult? Ult comes down from Pokerface. Reaper coming out with the Blossom, but Habutai gets the pick onto Pokerface. Makito going down to Habutai as well. He's just been putting on so much pressure. Pressuring out Bohill as well. And that looks like that's going to shut down Not Dismissed Red's push. Flip point control back in the favor of C96.
Yep. And right now, C96, they have 90%, so it is possibly last fight. It's very crucial for Andy Red to get this fight.
Ooh, looks like Reaper manages to touch the point. Looks like he's going and taking a little bit of an off angle onto CBF there. Both Immorts coming out. Let's see, is that enough pressure? CBF feeling the pressure here, going a little bit low. His shield's about to break. Grav coming out onto C9. Looks like 4 kills coming out in just quick succession, and it looks like Not Dismissed ends up flipping the point. Avian here making kind of an interesting rotation going back. Maybe trying to escape out of the fight there. Looks
So-
like he makes it.
It will be last fight. Overtime may go on a little bit, but it is last fight for this point for sure. And we see now C9 taking interesting rotation over here. We have some ultimates comes up. Hopefully it will be enough.
Ooh, Mei dropping ult on the point. Looks like Bohill trades with Avian. That might be putting a little bit of a limit onto what Not Dismissed can do here. Oh no, both hammers coming down from both sides. Immort coming out from the side of Not Dismissed. Oh no, we don't have a Baptiste on the side of C9, so that might be enough to cement this fight. Looks like they flipped the point. CBF getting the big charge into Pokerface, slamming into Makito as well. Getting 2 critical picks there. Looks like Baptiste had enough time to make it back to the fight. Is this going to be enough to confirm the point for C9? They've got Tracer in there, fighting critically to stall. Lucio on point as well. You see Dark Phantom coming out with the Window, but he doesn't hit anything with it, dropping down his Immort. It looks like Biscuit gets picked by CBF yet again, and C9 confirmed the point.
We saw here a lot of interesting places for sure with this graph to make the point for C9 to make this C9 happen for Andy Red. That was very crucial, I think, for this fight because they were in control of this point. So all they needed is to Andy to not be able to touch for a little bit, and point was theirs. Now we are entering downtown. Here we can see actually some dive compositions like 6-man or like ball comp, but it looks like we have still brawl here ongoing, and this time we don't have Sim, we have Mei. for C9, but for Andy Red, we have still Reaper.
Looks like we've got an interesting Moira pick coming out into the fight as well. Wall comes down, ends up separating the team a little bit. Doesn't look like a pick comes out of it. Bohill gets Habutai in the fight. That's going to be pretty detrimental for C9 to win the fight here. It looks like Poker is getting a bunch of swings in there. Looks like C9's just opting to back out of the fight here, give up a little bit of point control, maybe reset, get their Mei back into the fight, but CBF ends up going down to Poker Face. Immort comes out, and it looks like this is just a lost fight here. Miko jumping off, Lucio trying to get out, Mei and Avian jumping off. Alrighty.
But C9 is on ult advantage. They do have these 2 ults. It can be very crucial for this fight to make them flip the map or just engage and get this point. Andy, they have this one ultimate. Is it gonna be enough? They are incoming on Shatter though, so they might be able to get it in time.
Miko using those bubbles pre-fight. We'll see if that was a critical mistake there. Looks like we end up dropping down Window, going for the Window Kree combo there. Doesn't look like it's going to pick up anything, though. They line of sight it. Oh my gosh, Poker Face coming down with the Shatter, the Coalescence. Coalescence finding a pick onto Zoe, onto CBF, and it looks like that's going to be enough to confirm this fight for Not Dismissed Red.
Yep. Now they're not dismissed. They do have this ultimates, so they will have this control. If they use smart, they are able to hold this. Although C96 they have Mei ultimate. It might be tricky, but if you use properly, it is the most important ultimate in entire brawl.
Looks like Bohill's dropping down the ult, and he gets CBF with that pick. They end up pushing in here. Dark Phantom getting a pick onto Blue Jay. Bohill getting another pick onto Habutai, forcing C96 back into spawn, asserting their dominance over the point with just one ult. Looks like they're even on ult economy right now as well. Miko coming up on grab, though, so that might be enough to turn this fight and get them a little bit of point control. What do you think, Denali?
I think Blizzard is enough to be able to win a fight, and there we see Blizzard.
Blizzard coming out, CBF getting a pick onto Poker Face, Habutai going on to Biscuit, Miko taking out Dark Phantom, Thief going down, and it looks like that might be just enough for C9 to reestablish some point control there. Not only that, they didn't use very much ult economy for that, so it looks like they are still leading. They've got Window, Beat, and Grav coming into this fight, as well as Creole coming up, so it'll be interesting to see how they use those.
Yeah, they do have ultimate advantage here. Graph is still very powerful, but like we said, my ultimate is very powerful and they didn't overuse it. They were very smart about their ultimates. Now they are using another one. I'm interesting to see this ult economy keep on going.
Ooh, Zoe going nasty with 2 picks. Miko taking out another 2. Looks like they're going to hold on to this just a little bit longer with just the grab window combo there as well.
Yeah. So they are keep having this ult economy, which I'm very glad to see. It's very interesting to have this to have this power to be like, no, I'm gonna hold my ult for next fight. But Andy, they are committing to this fight too.
Oh yeah, we see Grav and Reaper ult coming out. Reaper and Grav gets nothing but Thief. That looks like it drew out so many resources that they were just able to run over Not Dismissed Red, and that might just be point control ending the game there. It looked like they were trying to maybe stack 5 or 6 ultimates there to just win the fight, and it looks like it was more than enough. Maybe trying to play the ult economy game, build up a few ults to just try and win out a couple fights there. So,
well, they didn't really need to have this ult economy. They could just farm as much ultimate as possible. They needed to win only one fight. They had this 99%, so one fight was enough. They could throw all 6 ultimates. It didn't matter. If they won a fight, they would have this point. And C96, they wouldn't be able to touch. So they were playing smart to farm this ultimates, and they executed it very well.
absolutely, and getting that early lead on the control point without having to use very many ultimates kind of cemented their position, and not really needing to worry about the ult economy as much there. So Looks like we see Brawl coming out from Not Dismissed here, and maybe a little bit of a different comp. Double Bubble coming out. Zoe getting a pick onto Dark Phantom, absolutely massive. We see CBF on Monkey going in there, but he gets pressured out a little bit. Are we going to see yet another Widow pick before this fight starts?
It's very interesting for Widow. You don't really have a lot of sidelines into reposition very often to get this off angles, but look at, whoa.
Oh my, Bohill getting 2 picks, but Zoe just coming out there and getting 3 legs, just tap after tap after tap. Rico getting Thief down, and it looks like that might be enough for C9 to end up establishing point control here. Yeah, Poker Face going down. Yeah, and that is enough to take point. Even though they lost their Ana, they ended up just playing slow and winning the fight there off of Zoe's insane picks.
Yeah, this map is good for Widow if you know how to do it, and Zoe is executing it very well so far. We will see how Andy Red they will play around it, and it looks like they are going on rotation.
Yeah, very good rotation around to try and avoid the Widow sightlines. Thief gets the big teleport in and pick onto the Widow, and now it looks like they can just brawl this fight out. Looks like Poker's engaging onto Zarya. Ooh, but Habutai gets a critical pick onto Dark Phantom and Bohill. Absolutely massive play. Is that enough to shut down the push of Not Dismissed Red? Let's see.
It looks like they are going to jump off the map. I think it's they done it because they are incoming on this ultimates. Although C96 they do have this ultimates too. They are using infrasights right now, but now Andy Red they also have this Widow to counter. We will see how C9X they will adjust to this new composition that Andy Red are giving them.
Looks like Miko comes out with the grab, but we see Dark Phantom coming out with the Coalescence to engage. Thief ends up getting 2 picks. Bohill picking out Zoe. Looks like CBF engages, but he just doesn't quite know where to go. Throws out the route, or throws out the Monkey ult, but we see Reaper ult coming out, getting a pick onto Avian. That's absolutely huge. They don't have as much healing now. Thief getting yet another pick onto CBF through Primal. Habutai now just needs to die to get off point, and it looks like Dark Phantom takes that pick to establish their point control. Is this going to turn out like last round again, where we see just such strong point control, such strong of an early lead that we don't have to worry about ult economy, though?
I think that there is still, we don't know how it will go. It can still go either way. We have Kabuts incoming. We have Nano, so it can give a lot of, it can give Monkey engage, and that is very well. But, and they have Reaper, which is doing a lot of damage to Monkey, so Monkey needs to play very carefully. But Zoe is picking out enemy Widow.
Looks like Bohill's out of the fight, but that doesn't matter because Poker Face ends up getting a big slam. Thief ends up going in, getting a pick onto Blue Jay. Poker Face takes out Miko, and then Thief getting one more pick onto Habutai, maintaining their point control. It didn't look like the Widow pick and the Widow duel was quite enough to stop the brawl here.
Yeah,
and it's so hard for CBF to engage as well because of the Reaper, so what do you think?
It's obviously harder to engage against Reaper since Reaper is countering Monkey. But if you play smart around it, if you know how to play in that composition, what is your limiter, I think they still can do it. We see couple ultimates, we possibly will see Bomb, maybe Beat if it will be necessary, but Boyle is taking out Sona. So it will be 5-6 fight now.
You see Primal coming out, and then we see Rally come out. CBF swinging into air, grab coming out. Ooh, we see the bomb. Is the bomb going to get anything? Bomb gets nothing. They have a big anti going into Not Dismissed here, but it looks like they're still holding on to point control. It looks like the ults coming out from C9 weren't quite enough. Reaper coming out with an ultimate as well, maybe forcing out just enough resources. Ana ending up nanoing the Miko here. See, ooh, Tracer getting a critical stick onto Poker Face and Thief, taking out 2 from the fight. That might be just enough for them to retake the fight. Habutai coming in with these critical sticks at critical times.
Yeah, I totally agree. Habutai, they are having this very good pulse bombs that at least getting to at least 2 people, which is getting a huge advantage for the team. And now the overtime is ongoing. The Andy, Randy are touching it. So we see a little contest here.
Ooh, looks like we get a big slam from Pokerface, but Zoe gets a big pick on the Biscuit. We still have the Moira left, but it doesn't look like it's going to be quite enough. Habutai taking 2, and that ends up confirming this round for C96.
Yep. And that also will give them first map win in this tournament. Overall, I think we saw interesting plays on both sides. We saw how team are playing around whatever they struggled with. They are doing this necessary switches to get to the point. We saw good ult economy. But also we saw very good rotations. Like the rotation that we saw on last map were to avoid Widow sidelines and to dive on Widow, I think it was very brilliant.
Absolutely, you know, trying to just avoid those sight lines to get on to point without losing a person, even though it might take just a little bit longer to get the point, it's worth sacrificing that extra couple seconds just to make sure that nobody ends up getting picked in rotation. And it didn't look like it quite ended up working out, though, even though they ended up getting the pick onto the Widow. Looks like Habutai coming in with those critical sticks, just very crazy sticks coming out from Habutai this match.
Yes.
Yeah.
Also, we can talk a little bit about our last fight. A lot of things happened. We saw Graf, we saw Rally from C96, but from other side we saw Beat and Bomb. I'm not really sure about this Bomb, if it was to get a remake very fast because they were on low HP, but they were in the speed, so I'm not quite sure what exactly happened there. Maybe overused a little bit. But that was very good try, and I can't wait to see more of it. Now it looks like we are entering King's Row. On King's Row, it is Brawl map. We might see something different like Doomfist maybe. We can see Widow. We have great sightlines here. We saw on Busan. Great Widow duels. We want to see that more. Do you agree with me?
Absolutely. It looks like, you know, getting the Widow Mirror out of the way, it looks very fun. Bohill and Zoe, just getting to see those two dance around was very fun. I think Widow Duels, very deadly dance there. Well, one thing's for sure, you know, if I know Platt for anything, I know that we may see a possibility of a Bastion TP strat. And that sounds like a fun time to me.
For me, it sounds like fun time to Anna, especially if you hit the sleep on Bastion, if he's unshielded. So I'm not sure I'm fan of the TP Bastion strat, but it's for sure fun for somebody.
Oh, true.
Yeah, it really depends on which end you are and how it will play out in the end, because it may be fun if it's unexpected, but if somebody will shut you down, you need to change entire composition, and you are on disadvantage with this old progress. Also, the time bank is going down, so you don't really want to it to happen when you have this problem that it didn't quite work out. We also have many high grounds. We can see many rotations with Brawl itself. We can there is a possibility of close hold, or we can see hold on the point. We can play around stage 2, which is also very common. It looks like we have Zoe again on Widow, but on other side we have a Reaper, and more like standard role composition. I'm interested really how it's gonna play out. If we're gonna see again this Widow pick here from Boy, or will we? Oh, so it's swapping to McCree. So,
Yeah.
I
Looks
we
like
see.
Zoe was just going Widow to scout there. Looks like we're going to see the standard Mei Kree here coming into this fight. We'll see how that interacts with the Reaper here and see if maybe the Reaper might just be enough to pressure CBF out of this fight.
There are a little bit of voting stage right now. I can expect very soon to somebody go on the point, and the Mei wall is coming up right now.
Very critical Mei wall. Doesn't look like they were quite able to force out too much with it, but Moira orb coming out here. Looks like they're just getting poked out of the fight here. Mei wall comes out yet again. We see Poker Face getting isolated and going down. Habutai ending up taking out Fief there. And it looks like that's going to be enough to cement C96 taking this first point. Ooh, looks like they're pushing up very aggressively as well. Getting up a pick. Yeah.
They are not letting these people get away. It's interesting because how would I wall force them out from a point, letting them get 2 picks right away? They had this control of the point, so Andy Red tried to go back on it, played in close space, and then go on that point, but they couldn't even do it with a coalescence. Now we see a couple swaps here. We have Boyle on Hanzo, Biscuit on Mercy, and there is
Mei wall
Blizzard
comes
coming
out.
up.
Mei wall Blizzard. Looks like the enemy Mei wall is enough to save Poker Face there. Makito trading with Habutai, but Zoe trading Bohill there. Looks like they're both down 1 DPS. Let's see how that's going to turn this fight. Hanzo is a big critical damage dealer for their comp. Looks like we see a big shatter coming out from CBF here. Fire Strike coming up, but that shatter wasn't quite enough for any of the team to capitalize on. Ooh, we see Coalescence and Shatter coming out. The Shatter was blocked by CBF with the Coalescence. Both Mei walls coming out. CBF ends up taking out Dark Phantom there, so if they can just sustain, CBF goes down, but both teams' main tanks are down. It looks like C96 here are going to be able to sustain and push this cart just a little bit further.
C96, they have a bunch of ultimates up. They are doing a little better than Andy Red. So that's put them on disadvantage. They want to get this ultimate up. They want to contest it. They are throwing a bunch of ultimates right now, and look, Makito is getting first pick.
But it looks like Poker Face ends up going down. Zoe ends up getting a big critical pick onto Dark Phantom. So it looks like they might just be able to take this fight a little bit slower. Avian might be able to get a little bit more value. Looks like he jumps over the wall here. Slam comes down from CBF. He ends up taking out Biscuit and Bohill. That's Mercy and Hanzo down, and it looks like that's just enough to cap this third point. Yeah, it looks like Dark Phantom just keeps getting kicked out, and they're able to win the fight just off of the extra sustain they get from having a BAP.
I also am very interested that we saw so many ultimates from both of the teams, and C96, you're just so aggressive with the picks that no matter how many ND Red they are throwing ultimates, they're just not able to capitalize on that. We saw Blizzard, and it did almost nothing. Now there is Coalescence incoming, and maybe now will they be able to push them aggressively.
Yeah, it looks like Coalescence was enough to take out Habutai, and then CBF goes down to the push from the Coalescence as well. Looks like they're just going to have to reset here, go back to the drawing board. It looks like they have Shatter, looks like they have Blizzard, they have Kree, they have BAP. They might even have Grav coming up within the next fights. They just have so many ultimates to try and confirm this point. In contrast, it looks like Not Dismissed is only coming up on the Shatter and the Kree, so it'll be interesting to see how the ults play out this fight. Big critical wall.
So we see a huge Blizzard incoming right now, and it looks like it's enough for Andy to win this fight. I expect Andy Red to do Fire Strike combo with a window. I really hope they will do it, and now C96, they need to touch this point.
Absolutely, we see another Shatter come out. High Noon coming out. Doesn't look like it was quite enough to pick out anything. Looks like we see a lot of picks coming out on the side of C96. Moira coming out with the Coalescence, but it wasn't quite enough to stop the push. Looks like C96 were just juggling around Not Dismissed there. 3-minute time bank, that's quite a lot of time, especially for King's Row.
We saw here interesting fights. I think that Red they really need to do something about this aggression that we see from C96. It looks something is obviously not working for them. So I would recommend take a deep breath and think about a second, because they for sure can't flip this map. They for sure still can do this. I believe in them, and we see again Mirror Brawl. No surprises here. Nothing, no widows. I was really hoping for that widow duel, but it looks like it doesn't happen. So
I think one critical difference we're seeing actually is Dark Phantom rolling out on the Baptiste instead of the Moira here. I think that the Immortality might just be that little piece of aggressions or aggression stopping that they need to kind of hold and confirm points here. Though the Moira can sustain them very well, just having a not die button for your team, just a stop harassing us, is a big strong suit of BAP. So.
But this cat is switching last second from Lucio. It will be very hard for ND Red to have this role without Mercy. But oh, now we see Lucio back. So now both teams have the speed boost. Their life is coming up so early.
Absolutely. Looks like we're just getting a little bit of poke in here. Both Lucio's spamming. Zoe goes in for a very aggressive push, and it looks like he gets punished for it, but Habutai ends up punishing Biscuit as well. Looks like we see both walls coming out. A lot of poke coming in. Poker Face taking down Blue Jay. Lucio isn't necessarily critical though. Dark Phantom taking out Miko. And it looks like CBF might be falling as well. Yeah, it looks like a wall and...
They are in control of this point right now. That was very fast push with lots of aggression, forcing C96 to go back and give up this point. We don't really have anything except windows on both sides, so I'm interested who will pop this window first, who will get this picks first. There was already Immortality from MD Red, and they are being forced back. C96, they know they don't have this Immortality, so they know they can be more aggressive.
Absolutely. Looks like windows coming out from both sides. Poker Face dropping the shatter. CBF goes down, but CBF ends up trading himself for Dark Phantom, so is Avian going to be able to sustain the team? Zoe getting a nice pick onto Thief. We see a Mei ult coming out from the side of C96, and it looks like that might just be just enough for them to hold off the aggression from Not Dismissed Red here.
We have a shatter from CBF. They might have a clutch with that. On the other side, we have Graph though. So maybe we will have this Immortality being enough to stop in the Graph, because we don't have a beat.
Ooh, looks like we see Grav, Mail coming out as well. Zoe taking a pick onto Poker Face, but it looks like Not Dismissed are just going to end up cleaning up the fight with a ton of spam coming out from their DPS. Even Lucio getting in there on the action and taking out Habutai. Looks like they might just be able to full push this. I think it depends on how far their tanks end up pushing up, and it looks like Biscuit's going back to pick up Poker Face as well.
Face have just so much more aggression with that Baptiste pick. They feel just more safe, and it's working for them much more than Moira Mercy combo on support. Both of teams have just more aggression, I think, and they have something ongoing with that defense. Maybe they just don't like it, but this huge shatter is incoming.
Huge shatter coming out with the walls and the Immorts coming out, but Thief ends up taking a pick onto Blue Jay for it. Dark Phantom taking out Miko, and Bohill getting a pick onto Habutai, and it looks like they just get to push even further forward. Looks like C9 just has to keep walking backwards. I see. Zoe just ends up jumping off the map. CBF getting pressured in spawn. Avian getting taken out by Poker Face's charge. Thief taking out CBF. And it looks like they might just be able to push this in all the way for free. A big zoning ult coming out from Bohill. The Grav coming out, but it looks like they managed to touch here. Bohill getting 2 picks, though. Is it enough? Habutai dropping his ult, and looks like we get a C9 from C96.
I'm not sure if it was quite a C9. They did try, but the zoning ult with from McCree was just so big to stop them enough. Even though there was a wall there, Bohill just used his ability so well that they weren't able to touch the point. They were still coming back from this spawn, and anyone who was on this point, they just died almost instantly.
Yeah, well, we saw Bohill going in with that zoning ult. We saw Grav coming out to try and stop them, but somehow they still managed to touch point and get a little bit of extra time for their time bang. It looks like we're going 3:25 on the side of ND Red to 2 minutes on the side of C96, so it'll be interesting to see. Not quite the biggest gap we've ever seen, but is that extra minute 25 going to be enough for them to take this match?
But so they are on Widow now. It's something what we were, at least I've been waiting for. Are they just looking like before, or are they actually gonna play? I'm hoping to see that. And yeah, we're gonna see very close fights ongoing. Looks like it's McCree again. I am crying.
No Widow action for this map, it doesn't look like, but there's still next round, possibly. Looks like we just see a couple of fire strikes, a little bit of poke coming out. They're holding around statue here. Think they're thinking about where to push. CBF walking up, taking a little bit of natural cover here. We get a big fire strike going through, generating a lot of ult charge for CBF. We see him already at 40% without even one hammer swing going up. Poker Face's shield goes down. We see a pretty critical wall come out. That might be enough to establish point control. No lives have been traded yet.
But they are in control of the point. C9 is making NV Red C9. Now they are contesting it a little bit. Although they are very close to capping, they can go back now and go back, but they are investing ultimates. And look, Miko.
Miko ends up taking out Poker Face. They still have Battle, but Dark Phantom ends up going down to Zoe, and that should be just enough for C9 to end up taking this point. Zoe throwing down his ultimate as well. And that's just enough to cap point. Looks like they've got Shatter and Blizzard coming into this next fight, and we might see a Grav or a Beat coming out as well. Compared to, we see a Window and a possible Grav, a possible Shatter, a possible May ult. What do you think coming into this next fight?
I think that we will see from ND Red Window or possibly Graph. And on C96 we also have Blizzard, maybe Shatter. The window comes up now and the huge wall. Oh, wow, that was good play.
Absolutely. Doesn't look like it was quite enough, though. We see Habutai coming in with those critical walls and those critical May ults, but it doesn't look like their team is quite ready to follow up on those ultimates. Looks like we're in overtime now. CBF coming back in on the ball. It's a very scrappy fight on the cart here. We see yet another May wall coming out. Beat coming out from the side of ND Red. High Noon coming out as well. Looks like Bohill takes Miko. Habutai goes down to Makido. Very scrappy fight on cart here.
Overtime is still ongoing. Let's remember that other teams have more time to have this push. The huge Saturn incoming, but the immortality window is there.
It looks like C9 is just slowly bleeding players to ND Red, but looks like we see Immort coming out.
There is a remake there, so they still have this potential to turn this fight, and it looks like ND Red, they are falling a little bit back. C96, they are not giving them a room to breathe, and oh, there is window. Will it be enough to win them a fight? There is another Shatter, and it's so good.
and it looks like that should be just about enough for ND Red to confirm this cart. We saw a very critical ult coming out from Habutai, but it didn't look like his team was quite able to capitalize on it. Just too many people ended up dying too quickly, and they were just consistently bleeding players every fight.
I honestly, this last fight was so long and ongoing. I believe we saw 2, if not 3 shatters from ND Red. So, that just tells us how long fight was. And now we're gonna see last round of this map with 3 minutes and 25 seconds for to cap. There is a Symmetra from Habutai. We saw them play Symmetra before. We see that again. On other side though, it looks like standard brawl, no surprises. No, they are like, I don't think that C9 is going for a close hold. They want to be stable as long as they can. They don't want to bleed out too fast. Symmetra turrets are on the stroke. It will be very hard for Andy Red to get through them. They really need to be careful.
Absolutely. And, I think it's interesting. We see Zoe getting on the Mei here. Habutai coming out on the Sim. Looks like we're starting to get some beam coverage out. Both windows coming out, both immorts coming out, but it looks like C9's window is going to go down first. CBF goes down to Bowhill, and Zoe going down to Makido. Is that going to be enough to confirm this fight?
I think it will be. They are being forced out of the point so quickly, but they have opportunity to still contest this. Payload is very close, so they will have 1, maybe 2 fights if they lose. So for them, it's very crucial to win. But anti-red, they have this fight very, very close. So C96, they don't wanna push too far. And now we see Great Maywall trying to stop them from pushing them any further, to give them as much time and space possible. They do have this time. They don't need to hurry.
And it looks like Habutai just wasn't quite able to build his beam up fast enough. Looked like Not Dismissed were just not giving him the space. Looks like we see windows coming out from both sides. Payload approaching the yellow square of victory. Pokerface coming in with the big shatter, but it doesn't quite meet anybody. Thief taking out Zoe. We see Simwall coming out, a big shatter coming out from CBF, but it wasn't quite enough to be able to capitalize on. So we see Beat and a grab. Where'd the grab go? We don't quite know. An Immort comes out. Beat coming out from the side of C9, but we see Thief's Mail coming out. Is that enough? Another shatter coming out from Pokerface. Swinging, getting a 4K, and confirming the payload, and confirming map 2 for Not Dismissed Red.
Yeah, from Not Dismissed Red Pokerface, they are just so good Reinhardt. They have this very good shatters. They farm them very, very fast, and we can see them having just so much potential, so many picks, able to like go in, trust their teammates that they will be kept alive, and we can see now one of their plays, very good Reinhardt play. And from other side, Miko, they ate grab from ND Red. That is so good. I was honestly smiling when I saw that. Such a good prediction. Nothing to say more. So that was it for a King's Row. Our next map is going to be Route 66. So on Route 66, I say we see Zarya, maybe Sigma, or Monkey Zarya. It is a map with many high grounds. So if you are on this role, you really have a hard time making these rotations. But on defense, you might decide to hold close and use this Reinhardt. So we have a little swap here. Zoro going in for Bohil for NG Red. Um, I'm interested why this pick happened because Boyle is just showed us so much good places. So we can expect nothing less from Zoro. It is very hard for them and to keep up to what Boyle left after them.
Absolutely. And, I think we might see Zoro in for Bohill. Maybe they're going to try and shift their style a little bit. Maybe shift in a player that would allow them to maybe play some double bubble action here. I'm hoping to see double bubble, but even on some of the more double bubble centric maps, we've seen ND Red instead opt to try and play the brawl there. So we'll see. They might try to hold close with the Reinhardt there. It might be interesting to see how CBF and the rest of C96 end up responding and shifting their double bubble playstyle to try and maybe counter the Reinhardt here. We'll see.
Yeah. So, we can also see interesting quotations on the under the gas. To get this mega, maybe see a Sombra, and if you have this mega control, you just can sit there forever. There might be poke incoming towards you, but it can this mega just can get so much advantage for your team if you play it well and just make the rotation and just win the fight. That's what I can say.
It looks like we're actually seeing a side swap here. So ND Red, instead of defending, will be attacking. So it'll be interesting to see what comp they end up running on attack here. It does seem that we've been seeing a lot of the Reinhardt gameplay, so it'll be interesting to see if it continues.
Yeah.
I wonder what DPS we're going to see, because it seems like there might be a little bit of we might have seen them swap in Zoro instead of Bohill, maybe for a little bit more of a hit scan presence. Maybe see something like an Ashe coming out and see Ashe Tracer, or maybe we'll even see a Widow Tracer.
Or maybe we will see two projectiles. We know Hill was amazing head scan. We saw many good places from them. So I'm interested to see what they are preparing for us.
So it looked like initially Pokerface ended up picking Monkey there, but let's see what they end up going with here.
Yep. So we already talked a little bit about how we can attempt this map. We can see many different things, honestly. What we can even predict. We know they had amazing coaches, so they might surprise us with something totally new. For C96, we have Banky, Zarya, Ashe, Mercy, Anna, Tracer. So double bubble, basically. On the other side, we have also Banky, Zarya, but we have McCree, Reaper. It's very interesting. They are on attack. Maybe they want to go on some flanks. We have Mercy to boost McCree. What will do better? Which team will be able to capitalize more they come? And it looks like we are starting right now.
Looks like it. I think it'll be interesting to see Zoro maybe try to engage Zoe in these duels and see maybe if the Ashe presence might just be too much, or if the ability to maybe stop a Tracer in the tracks of Kree is going to be enough here. So it looks like we've got a little bit of a monkey duel on point. We see CBF trying to jump out there. A big dynamite coming out from Zoe there. Ooh, nice. We see Pokerface going up to contest the top there a little bit. Reaper going with him, maybe taking the place of what you might traditionally see a Tracer do. And he takes out Miko in the process. Look-
a very interesting take. They jump straight on that high ground. They had the speeds that are necessary, forcing back C96 a lot. They are being staggered and now huge rest on from Blu-ray on CBF. They are able to get out, but Blu-ray is going down. I'm not sure if it was really worth it, but it was good attempt. I really appreciate Percy doing it and at least trying to do that. Good that CBF wasn't staggered there because it would be very unfortunate for them. There is Sombra from Zoe now. It's interesting because both of these DPS, Tracer and Sombra, they want to flank. They don't want to be with them, with the team, really. So Sombra have huge health potential, but they are taken down by Zoro.
Absolutely. It looks like Zoro and his presence on McCree is what might have been ND Red's secret weapon here. Poker Face going in and taking out Blue Jay and Nico. Might be just enough to stop C96 from pushing here, but we'll see.
I don't think it's quite enough. They were getting quite low. Poker Face almost got picked out. They were antied, so that was very dangerous from them. C96, they are having interesting trying to rotate. Maki is Poker Face. They are getting nanoed.
Ooh, looks like CBF is engaging onto Dark Phantom there. We see an ult coming out from Zoro, but didn't quite hit enough. We see CBF coming out with a Primal too, ended up knocking Makito off. And we see the Nano come out as well. He's engaging hard onto the Ana, maybe walking onto the DPS there, but now he's just getting juggled into a corner by Poker Face, but it looks like Poker Face ends up going down, CBF getting the 2k there. And that's going to be enough to stop ND Red from getting any more progress on that card. CBF going in even a little bit further, getting pressured out by the Reaper though.
We need to appreciate Ana here. These aunties, they are slowing down ND Red so much. We saw amazing auntie before and now, but the huge poop on the Reaper, and wow.
Oh my, we see a Grav coming out, and then Habutai coming in with yet another big pulse. And then that's just enough to clean up the rest of ND Red there. And they stop yet another push. And it looks like coming into this next fight, we're going to see them pulling out a Crealt. We're going to see ND Red pulling out Crealt, maybe pulling out a Grav, maybe pulling out a Nano. It'll be interesting to see how ult economy ends up turning out here.
Honestly, I think that we will see Graph from ND Red. From CPF, we can see Primal, and yes, it is right now. There's Hainunu pulling it up.
Yeah, CBF going in on the backline with what he has left of his Primal. Looks like Poker Face ends up getting nanoed, but he walks into a rallying Brig. So it'll be interesting to see if he can actually confirm anything off that. Ooh, looks like Briggs holding up her shield and walking backwards. A little bit interesting with the monkey, but it looks like the Nano wasn't quite enough to allow ND Red to push out a little bit further here. CBF might have been able to do just enough with his Primal mechanics, and you might have seen enough coming out from that Blue Jay rally to stop them in their tracks.
ND Red have only one win condition here right now. Graph. They need to use that graph, and they, if they use it good, they will be able to push it. But Miko also have graph. It can go either way. For now, Poker Face is left behind them, so they are a bit on disadvantage here right now. But Poker Face is getting first pick.
Ooh, Poker Face ends up getting Habutai, but CBF ends up picking out Dark Phantom, but Thief ends up picking Blue Jay as well, so it'll be interesting to see how the heals go here. Picks traded left and right. Thief ends up taking out the support, but Zoe ends up taking out the Lucio as well. Zoro ends up taking out Zoe in the Sombra duel. And it looks like we see Primal coming out from the side of ND Red, but he's getting pressured out quite a bit. Looks like he lost his armor there. CBF ends up bringing out a Primal of his own, taking out Zoro, and it'll be interesting to see if he can pick up anything else here, maybe get the two-piece. Habutai ends up taking out Biscuit. Very scrappy fight.
Yes, we have only less than 1 minute on that point. But C96, they have a bunch of ultimates. They are doing a little bit better with that ultimate advantage here. So they have potential to stop this fight right here, right now. Will we see Makito using Graph?
Big grab coming out, and we see yet another massive pulse coming out from Habutai, this time picking up a 3-piece. And then Blue Jay coming in and picking up Lucio there.
It looks like C96 used Graph earlier. So now we need to see from Endred this Graph. We need to see them maybe comboing with Pulse Bomb. They do have this Pulse Bomb. But the EMP comes up.
Huge EMP coming out. Makito goes down right away. Dark Phantom goes down. 4 lost going into this fight. Thief ends up throwing out the Pulse Bomb, but it doesn't look like it's quite enough, and C96 are just going to clean up the rest of this fight and hold Cart there. Excellent EMP coming out from Zoe.
Yeah, I believe that what caused it and the red here, it's to hold on this Graph for so long. Either they couldn't group up quite a bit, or they were being staggered, or they just engaged too fast. Maybe they tried to wait for that Pulse Bomb, and they didn't have quite enough time to combo it. But for sure that had huge disadvantage on them. And like we see, Payload is pushed halfway for second point.
Absolutely. And, you know, we saw a lot of really scrappy fights there where we didn't know if it was going to go one way or another. You know, Primals coming out left and right and just adding so much displacement to the fight. You know, it was very hard to see what was going on there. But, you know, picks were getting traded out left and right. But I think one thing that's remained constant is Habutai and his pulse bombs. Very excellent, you know, his discipline, holding on to them for grabs, you know, getting these picks here and there. It just seems to be a fight stopper for C96.
Yeah, but now we see poker on Reinhardt. We saw them before. We know what they can do. Maybe that's what they need to win. And that's what they hope to do. We see Makito on Roadhog. It's very interesting for these hooks from this high ground can get so big advantage to pick off support who overextended or some DPS on a flank. On the other side, we see Monkey Zarya, so what we saw before on defense from C96. Zoro is getting first pick.
Absolutely. Zoro winning out in these duels against Zoe might be a little bit tough because Zoro having the Mercy Pocket, it might just be too much for Zoe to deal with. We end up seeing the swap on Decree as well.
For now, there is a lot of progress on the part from C96. And the Red are holding high ground as much as they can, but Poker Face is dropping down right now. Oh, and using Card to get back up on high ground. Excellent places over here from Poker Face. Nothing we didn't expect from him. Monkey is diving in right now, and
absolutely. It looks like it's really tough for CBF to get anything off these dives. It's just so hard. You know, Hog having the breather, but it looks like a big anti-nade was handed onto ND Red. Looks like Zoe ends up getting a big pick onto Dark Phantom. Both Ana's getting traded out. And then Zoro getting yet another pick onto Miko. Is that going to be enough for them to hold this point? Let's see. A big anti coming out onto Blue Jay. That's Brig down, and they just have to back up, go back to spawn, go back to the drawing board. But not before Makito gets a huge pick, adding a little bit of salt to the wound.
I think that Dark Phantom, they need to be devastated right now. They lost Nano, they got pressed back up, but losing Nano when you're dying, it's just the worst feeling ever you can have. But fortunately for them, Andy Red was able to turn this, committing more ultimates in and winning that fight. Now C96, they are again on discard, and Poker Face is forced to drop down.
Looks like Zoro ends up popping his ult, but he wasn't quite able to get enough. But Poker Face going in for the big charge ends up getting Miko there. But Dark Phantom goes down to Habutai and CBF there. We see a big Pulse Bomb coming out onto Poker Face, but it wasn't quite enough. we see yet another nano coming out. It looks like because Mercy got the res, a big shatter coming out, but it didn't look like it quite got enough people. Are we going to see the sleep out onto the Bob? Does not look like it. Bob's just going to chill there on cart, contesting for a little bit. CBF and Habutai look like they've been able to get some separation here, just kind of dissecting the team's backline. Looks like they have
engages from CBF. They are just diving in this backline and getting the space what are necessary for them to get the space. There are more ultimates committed into this fight. That's crazy.
Yet another big anti. Makido trying to get a hook or an exit pick. Wasn't quite enough. Mercy getting the big res onto Reinhardt. Is it going to be enough cleave to win the fight there? But he gets antied and taken out yet again. Blue Jay getting a big swing onto the Mercy there. Everybody just getting picked. All that's left on card is Fief, and looks like that's the point confirmed for C96.
Avian, they are just so good Ana player. I can't. I am in shock, honestly. They have so good antis, so good picks. We see them being amazing enable for the tank players, but also they can do some damage themselves.
Absolutely, and you know, seeing these crazy picks come out, it looks like we see a Shatter and a Nano walking into the core of C96, but it looks like they were effectively able to kite and pressure Poker Face back. We see an ult coming out from Zoro. Doesn't look like it's going to hit anything. Zoe getting a pick onto Fief, though. Habutai getting a pick onto Poker Face. Oh, that might be just enough to keep them going in this fight. Oh, and then we see another big anti coming out onto Makido. And, you know, just walking on him and pressuring him. And we see a lot of free cart pressure coming in here from C96. Is this going to be enough for them to win the fight? Looks like we have a ball coming out. Fief coming out and taking the point.
Might be possible last fight of this match. How about they do so much pressure with the engages and the RC9ing. That is the C96 made them against C9. That is so amazing.
And we saw Devo walk off the cart there for fear of getting pressured, but if you walk off the cart, looks like that ends up confirming the game for C96 here.
Yeah, that is so huge EMP. Because of that EMP, Zarya wasn't able to use her graph, and that won C96 that round, and in the end, entire map.
Absolutely, and you know, I think one of the big highlights from this match was watching Avian just get all of these critical nades coming out just every fight where there was an opportunity to turn someone purple. He was there throwing out his nade and confirming picks left and right. You know, I think we attribute a lot of credit to the tanks and the DPS for picking up those kills, but when you have a very good Ana just coming in and throwing various sleep darts and nades, it can just confirm so much for your team. So many fights and picks.
We saw the true potential on that Ana. We do love to see when supports are just slowly carrying the team, because you can't say it's not carry. I'm sorry. They just nades are just so impactful, like you said. Yeah, not letting you heal, and if you're going low on the HP, you can get healed. So you either need to get out or you die. But we will have a small break right now before we enter to next map. So hopefully you will stay with us. Stay hydrated. Don't forget to take care of your needs, and we will back to you soon.
Hello there, and welcome back to Coaching Clash, the Platinum Push, where we take a bunch of Platinum teams, pair them up with some high-tier coaches, Tier 3 Contenders Plus, and see just how far these teams can go. I'm here with Lunare, and I am Armin here on the casting couch. How are you doing, Lunare?
I'm doing great. I saw amazing plays today, and I can't wait to see more of them.
That's good, that's good. Looks like C96 is up 2-1 currently, so are you excited to come into this match on Temple of Anubis and see how they're doing?
Oh yes, totally. I expect so many things to happen. We have so many possibilities. We can see double buff. We can see double shield, but we also might see, bro, it's maybe not the best pick, but if you have very coordinated team and if you go for the flank, it might pay off. If you will survive the stage of a poking of a defending team. So I really can't wait to see what's gonna happen.
Absolutely, and watching Poker Face, it seems like he's a very strong Rhine player. So we might see him roll out on that here, especially because on Busan Streets we ended up seeing him roll out on Reinhardt again. They might be going with this Rhine Hog composition. Maybe it's a little bit of a comfort pick to try and pull this match back. Currently with C9 in the lead, it might be a little bit tough, but we did see a lot of good things coming out from Makito on the Hog there, and looks like on the C96 side, we've got CBF and Miko on Zarya and Orisa, which is going to be very interesting on this map. What do you think?
I think you're right that we see from poker this comfort pick as much as from Makito. They are on a hook, which is we saw them before and they are great. But I'm interested on Zoe. They have only Zoro who can really do anything about Zoe. If they will keep their distance, I don't think that anti-red they will have anything to do to counter that widow.
Absolutely, and it looks like CBF taking a lot of pressure from Makito on the Hog there. Zoe getting a big angle, but it looks like she might not be able to quite find anything. Everybody standing behind Poker Face's shield. CBF going in with the a big dive, but it looks like he ends up getting pressured out. Looks like his team is going to rotate top right. What are ND Red going to do here? Looks like they go back to maintain point control here. Getting their main core set up on high ground as well.
But
Ooh,
the
CBF.
hook, you saw that, right?
Yeah, big hook coming out from Makito. It doesn't look like they were quite able to capitalize on anything. They get antied, so it forces out the immortality field there.
Yeah, one.
Looks like they're just giving Zoe a little bit of time to try and get a pick here from main. Just trying to engage and pull that Reinhardt's shield away. Looks like CBF engaged onto Poker Face there. Maybe finding a little bit of pressure coming out from the Reaper and the Hog. We see a big nano coming out and a big nade coming out. That's huge. Absolutely insane. Miko coming in with the pick onto Dark Phantom. Habutai taking out Makito. CBF going on Zoro. Zoe finding a pick from main on Biscuit. Avian on the Thief. And Habutai wrapping up the team kill onto Poker Face. Now, where do you think the double bubble here is going to rotate?
Well, we can see them just going straight in. We saw the aggression and it was working for them. We have walls, so they exactly know where Andy Red are positioned. Maybe a little bit dive here, and yes, Ryan is getting died right now, but Monkey is being pushed out. They are in danger in front of that hog. They need to play safe.
Yeah, we see a window coming out from Dark Phantom there. The anti comes out, taking 2 picks from Not Dismissed Red here. Oh my, taking out the Baptiste is a very critical pick there. We see a big shatter coming out from Poker Face, but then he gets slept, he gets stunned. We see a beat coming out as well, so they're not going to feel as much of the impact from the anti-nade there. Phantom getting a big pick on the Blue Jay there. That's without their Brig now. Makito taking a nice little off angle here. Ooh, a big pulse coming out, taking out Biscuit, and that's enough to confirm the pick onto Makido. Phantom just holding on to point here. They've got a couple of picks, but it doesn't look like it's going to be quite enough to confirm point there. Ooh, and
Anti-red, they have this advantage of a close spawn, so they will be coming back fast. That was great push. They have one take on the C96 side. They can just wait for that nano. They are very close to it, and they can engage in, possibly capping rest of the point with very, very good time. But we will see how this play out, because I don't think that Andy Red, they will let them do this. Hawk is great danger to a monkey. And now they are diving in.
CBF dives in, but immediately gets rocked. We see the bubble coming down onto him. And the nano as soon as he jumps out, so that's going to be a lot of time wasted on the nano there as he just walks in. Zoe getting a big critical pick on the Phantom there. And then he takes out yet another pick onto Makido. Are they going to be able to confirm this point? No, it looks like Echo is able to just step on the point right away. CBF feeling a ton of pressure and gets picked by Zoro. Ooh, and a big high noon coming out. It looks like we might see ND Red hold this. It's still a very scrappy fight, though. Zoe getting a pick onto Biscuit, but Makido coming in with the big critical hook onto Miko. Zoro cleaning up Zoe, and that looks like it's going to stop the push for ND Red. Thief getting the cleanup pick onto Avian. It looks like we've got a couple of alts here. How do you think the alts are going to inform how these next couple fights go?
Well, we have a rally. They can engage fast. They will have this armor, so we can expect this. We also have this monkey ultimate, so it will only help them sustain. But I think they should wait for grab and grab dragon combo. They have it almost there on 70%. They should wait for it. They only need to cut one tick. On the other side, we have Copy. Copy is very good ultimate to contest. We have also Hog, and we have just lots of sustain on anti-red side. If it's used properly, the fight can keep on going as long as they want. So, like we mentioned, they have this closer spawn, so they can take the time.
Absolutely, and we see a copy coming out from Thief here onto the Zarya. Is he going to be able to get a grab out? Not quite. Looks like they just end up backing up, going back to the drawing board here. They have just one more tick to grab, and it looks like they're stacking 6 ultimates coming up into this next fight. So it'll be interesting to see if maybe ND Red can hold here. We'll see. Grab Dragons is certainly going to be very powerful.
Yes, like they had lots of time when they started engaging this first point. They see over 1 minute. So all the 6 ultimates coming up at the same time. I don't think ND Red can survive.
Oh my goodness! Almost every ult coming out on the field here. We have 3 ults coming out from the side of C9. Got a couple ults coming out from ND Red here. We see the Nano coming out onto the Zarya. Looks like she's pretty high charge. Oh, and Habutai with another one of his crazy sticks. Avian going in there as well with a very good nade just sitting up on his perch. It looks like they might be able to confirm this here, though. ND Red is getting a lot of good contest here. They have Tracer on the point. They have Lucio on the point, riding up on the walls. Diva's still there, juggling in and out. Doesn't look like they're quite able to confirm any picks, but a big anti coming out from Avian yet again. It looks like Makido gets out of his mech. Dark Phantom still on point, just holding on a little bit. He's getting pressured out, though. We see a big ult coming out from Zoro, but it gets blocked by CBF's bubble here. ND Red holding on for dear life here. Miko still has that grab. Is he going to use it? He ends up taking a big pick onto Pokerface, throwing the grab down, gets 5. Habutai taking out yet another, but Zoro getting a big pick onto Miko here. Yet another anti coming out onto Thief, but it doesn't look like it was quite enough. And ND Red hold 99.5% on C96 here.
It wasn't even this last fight that made them go so far. It was the previous fight where they didn't even have so many ultimates. So we see that not always having all 6 ultimates will win you a fight. Sometimes smaller amount of ultimates and commitment into the fight and playing more smart about it will benefit you more rather than for all 6 ultimates at once. Like we saw last fight. And we saw even twice a graph, I believe. And it still wasn't enough. So very good hold from NQ Red so far. Now we will see how they will approach the attack.
Absolutely. You know, we saw Poker Face end up swapping to the Sigma there, maybe as a little bit of an anti-monkey measure. How effective do you think that was? You know, anytime CBF ended up going in for a dive, he just ended up getting rocked and had a ton of resources poured into him. So, yeah, what do you think about the dynamics between Sigma and Monkey there?
I think it's very interesting because you would think that Monkey have advantage, but if Monkey gets stunned by that rock, the team have just so much advantage to get a lot of damage on them, and they will be forced out easily since they have Hawk, and Hawk do loads of damage. So CBF really needs to be careful. If there are if they will get any CC'd, it's just over for them.
And
So
we see
far,
them rotating into Palace here, actually, and they get a safe rotation. Zoe wasn't quite able to manage to pick off any picks. CBF ends up diving in there on the back line, forcing out Bubble. Looks like Thief ends up taking the pick. Pokerface ending up taking the pick onto Blue Jay. We might see yet another pick coming out here. Makito getting the big critical hook onto Miko, and that's 3 down on the side of C9. Are they going to be able to hold this? Doesn't look like it. Zoro goes up in the cleanup crew, picking 3, and that looks like this point is confirmed for Not Dismissed Red.
we have couple swaps on C96. We have Ball, we have Sombra right now. So I'm interested to see how they will play around the huge slam from the pool incoming. But there's nobody to actually follow it up. There is a peek from Habutai.
Yeah, Habutai getting a critical pick onto the Zen there, and it kind of stops their push in its tracks. They can't really do much to push forward there. You know, as well as Avian getting a very critical anti-nade there. They just kind of have to back out of the fight, it looks like.
Yeah, but anyway, they still have this over 5 minutes on their time buying. Both teams again struggle with that defense, just like we saw on the Kings Road. But some picks are here.
Oh my goodness, 3 picks coming out on the side of C96. An absolutely critical... CBF goes in for the slam, but he ends up getting milted by Coalescence Plus. Makito getting a big hook and kill onto Blue Jay. Thief getting a big pick onto Miko, and then Makito doing it again, grabbing Avian out of the fight. That's their sustain gone. CBF getting pressured out and antied. Makito, critical hook onto Tracer there. A big grab coming out from the side of C9 here. But Zoro comes out. 2-man High Noon. Big grab coming out from Sigma there. And it looks like they might just be able to pull this for free. Tracer coming out of the point to contest a little bit. Sombra on point now, gets a big EMP, but is the team going to be able to capitalize on that? They're just holding on to point here bit by bit. Makito misses the hook, but it doesn't look like it's going to matter too much. CBF coming out with the mines to try and zone there. A big ult coming out onto D.Va, but Zoro still coming out here and just getting picks, getting pressure. Makito getting yet another critical hook onto Avian there. But Habutai coming in, getting a 2K. Even though he's anti, it looks like he might have gotten enough value for C9 to hold there, but it doesn't look like it. And ND Red end up taking the match, tying the series 2-2.
Yeah, and we will have only 1 map left. I am a little bit heartbroken that it looks like we just have 1 map left. And it will be one of the team living with a win, one living with a lose. It's just so many moments we see, so many good places. We have just so much to talk about, so many potential on both of the teams, and I really enjoyed watching this. How about you?
Oh, it's been absolutely amazing gameplay. Very fun to see Makido come out here and hit those critical hooks. We see Avian out there just throwing out nades left and right, and these are critical fight turning abilities that it seems like these players are using very well, and it seems like their teams are capitalizing on very well. So, looks like we're going into Lijiang Tower now for map 5. Doesn't look like we have. Oh, wait. We might have a sub coming in here on the side of ND Red. Looks like
Yeah,
we
we
have
have
Bohill
Boyle.
coming back in.
Yeah, Boyle's back in. Let's go. um, but Zoro also has potential. They have amazing players. Even subs play very, very well. So what we can see about on Lijiang. Again, many possible things. I'm always interested to see something new. But first, I wanted to say to have a 6-man. But knowing Poker Face, they will want to be on Reinhardt. Um, so we can. There is a possibility of having Farah here, but yeah, we gonna see if teams will stick to what they're comfortable with, or if they will go what's meta.
Absolutely. And, I think meta might be a little bit hard to discern here. We've been watching Owl and we've seen a lot of different comps come out here on Lijiang. We've seen all brawl one map. We've seen, double bubble come in. We've even seen some ball comps come out here on Lijiang. So I think it's going to be very interesting to see the sheer variety of comps that we can see. It looks like ND Red here are going with that Dallas Fuel comp with the Symmetra here, trying to play fast, force a win, and looks like we have C9 coming out on the double bubble here.
Yep.
How do you think this matchup is going to end up going? Do you think it's going to be a little bit tough to establish a dive, or how do you think it's going to interact?
I think that double bubble have advantage because Monkey can still do damage even for shields, and he can destroy Symmetra turrets very easily. So even though that ND Red they have control of the point right now, I'm still in favor of C9, especially this rest from Blue and Zov. It's just so crucial for this fight. And many spammers actually put on C9. I can't believe that it's actually turning out this way.
Absolutely, we see Bohill get a pick onto the enemy Zarya. We see Makido take out Avian there. And CBF's going to end up popping Primal, but he doesn't quite have a support to sustain him in this fight, and he's going to go down now as well. The Poker Face's Fire Strike, and it looks like they're going to maintain control. It seems like maybe the Symmetra might just be a little bit too much for the Tracer to handle. What do you think?
I think that Monkey needs to focus the turrets. They are doing too much damage. And Monkey take them down easily, as I said before. They just need to focus them down and have a good clean engage. Damage they are taking so far is not in their favor.
Absolutely. Oh my goodness! We see so many ults coming out here from both sides. We saw a Window, we saw Simwall. So much. Phantom getting a pick onto Zoe. Pokerface taking a big pick onto Blue Jay. Thief taking a big pick onto Miko. But CBF taking an exiting pick onto Bohill. But it doesn't look like it's quite going to matter because ND Red are holding on to this point. And it also looks like, we've got a lot of ultimates coming out. How do you think the ultimates are going to influence this fight and play out?
Well, I would say that Nano Monkey for sure. Probably Pulse 2. We don't have a craft quite yet, so there's nothing to combo with. But the Blizzard is coming up so early. Was that a misclick? That gives them C9 a reason to push in.
Absolutely. And we're seeing CBF getting picked out by Dark Phantom there. And, without the monkey there, are they going to be able to engage this fight effectively, or is the Rhine Shield just going to be too much of a resource to allow the DPS these angles?
Yeah, CBF is swapping actually to Reinhardt. They said that no, Winston is no more working for us. They also suspect that Booker has this shatter, so to block it easy. There is 90% of the point, so they really need to break this shatter so they can touch the point.
And we see Pokerface try to go in for a big shatter there, but he gets walled. We see a big grab coming out. CBF getting a big charge onto Dark Phantom. Makido taking out Blue Jay. We see Shatter coming out from CBF, picking up 2 from that. And it looks like we've got Bowhill still on point there, but it isn't going to quite be enough because the point is going to flip to C9-6. Now, we have a Brawl v Brawl mirror, but with a critical difference. It looks like we have an Ana here. So what do you think is going to be the big deciding factor in this matchup? Are C9-6 going to be able to hold and take this point, or do you think that ND Red are going to be able to retake and win the fight?
I think it can go either way, but ND Red, they have more ultimates, they can play for time, they only need to win one fight to get the point. There are ultimates already committed into the fight.
And we see coming out of this point, Thief taking out Blue Jay, but CBF getting a critical pick on a Thief. Zoe getting traded out as well. Habutai very low. Avian going down to Pokerface as well. Makido taking out Habutai in it. This might just be what ND Red needed to retake the point. It looks like they retake the point, but Blue Jay is going to be back there ready to recontest. He gets booped off, but is he going to be able to survive long enough to touch? And he does get the touch. Is that going to be enough time for his team to get back? We'll see. May jumping off the map. What is going on? Do we seeing internet issues? Bowhill taking the pick there, but he was able to give his team enough time to get back. CBF gets a big shatter. Looks like they take out Dark Phantom, and then May comes in. We see a freeze coming out onto CBF, and then ND Red throwing out the May ult to confirm the point there. First point of this map going in favor of ND Red here.
I'm very surprised how this matchup went. Apparently for C9 the Dabu Babu wasn't quite a solution there, but switching to Brawl wasn't a solution either. Pokerface are just so dominating on this Reinhardt. CBS had the time to, they primed the shutter in one fight and they were able to get this point in first place, but it was unfortunate because they needed to do some swaps while ND Red, they already had some ultimates on. Now we have again Brawl mirror, but there is one difference. We have SimTP and the Junkrat. I think Junkrat. Oh wow, okay, never mind.
Coming in and already taking a big critical pick onto Junkrat. Pokerface getting a big charge onto Miko, but it doesn't look like it matters because C9-6 are just pressuring so much and getting so much damage, and it looks like Habutai was just able to charge up his beam so much faster. Now we have Habutai just being a menace on the front line, dominating, and that cements point control for C9-6 here.
It looks like that C9 knows what they need to do. They don't have this Junkrat, so they have less damage. So they want to go in, take the speed, and get out. They don't want to stay in, longer into the fight. In the opposite of ND Red, they want to have this fight as long as possible. And the shatter is coming down.
Critical shatter coming out on the side of CBF here. A couple of picks coming out onto Habutai and Pokerface. It looks like C9 are probably going to maintain control here, but yeah, it looks like they end up forcing ND Red back into spawn there. They don't quite flip point yet.
ND Red, they swapped Junkrat to Symmetra. See that it's working a bit better. I would expect that Junkrat would work better in this on this map especially, but getting picked up so early by CBF just gave the C9 so big advantage.
Absolutely. We see a wall coming out from the side of ND Red. That's a pretty critical resource. They get a big Sim TP onto point there, throwing a little bit of damage in, but C9-6 end up stabilizing. Ooh, we see C9-6 throw out their ult, or throw out their May ult there, but it looks like they were able to kite out effectively, except for Pokerface. Pokerface ends up getting picked out by Habutai, but Thief ends up taking a critical pick on the Miko. Ooh, we see a big grab coming out from Makido, just boiling down people there. The Sim walls coming out left and right. We see Bap Window coming out left and right. Biscuit throwing out Lucio ult. Is this going to be enough to maintain point here? CBF still there holding on. You're 85%. Bowhill getting 2 picks, maybe a third onto Blue Jay. 3 picks onto C96 here, and it looks, or it seems, that ND Red end up taking point control here, not before 99% and overtime is reached.
Yep. So for now, C96, they need only one fight. They can play slow for ultimate since it's first time that ND Red was able to top point. So they do have this time, they almost have Shatter, they almost have Grab, they almost have Window, so much potential. But we can't forget that ND Red also have the ultimates, and the Shatter is coming up, and Poker Face is just again showing this aggressive hold from ND Red. We can't forget about Lucio's. They just give so much for them, these teams. Be able to like hold the engages and like giving the speed that is necessary for a team to engage in. And now because of speed, the Smash Tourists are taken down, helping C96 to engage in with the grab.
Absolutely. We see a ton of ults coming out here on the side of C9. We see we see some Blizzards traded. Thief gets a pick onto Habutai. Habutai gets a pick onto Bohill, but Poker gets a pick onto Zoe. It looks like the fight's currently favoring ND Red, but anything can happen. Pokerface getting yet another critical pick onto CBF. Makido taking out Miko. And despite the ults coming out, they managed to hold this point with 64%.
They were on a ult disadvantage, and C96, they committed a lot to that fight, but they weren't able to get this point. Even though they just put so many resources.
Pokerface taking yet another pick onto Zoe. C96 really need this fight, because if ND Red take this fight, they end up taking home the first round of the Coaching Clash tournament. Looks like CBF ends up getting taken out by Bohill here. His turret sneakily sitting back there and getting a ton of poke damage off. We see a window coming out off Avian here. Is this going to be enough to retake the fight? We'll see. 2 high charge Zaryas on point. We see Thief going in there, gets a freeze on a Miko, but Miko ends up getting a bubble and living that fight. We see Shatter trading left and right. Dark Phantom throwing out his ult. Looks like Dark Phantom ended up getting a critical pick onto Miko, but CBF ended up taking out Thief. Looks like Pokerface and CBF engage in brawl. CBF goes down, but Zoe throwing out an ultimate here, holding on for dear life, ends up confirming 2 for the fight. We see a grab come out, but it only hits Ball. We see Habutai coming back on the Doomfist, gets a big slam, Avian taking out Pokerface. It looks like this point might flip. Blue Jay holding on dear life, Miko taking out Makido there. And it looks like this point flips in terms of, or into C9's favor, and Miko comes out, gets a critical boop onto the Moira to stop the recontest, and this round goes in favor of C96.
And Habutai wasn't quite there to touch either. That was an amazing flip of the map. We saw strong holds from both of the teams. Both it went to 99.99, and this is last round. We see these teams and facing each other. Whoever will win this round, they will win this match in total.
Absolutely, and 99-99 there. I hope we see a little bit more gameplay here. This makes it match point. Whoever wins this last map decides the series here. Looks like we're both rolling out on the Brawl mirror yet again. This time it's a straight mirror. We end up getting 2 TPs on a point. It looks like C96 made it to point a little bit faster. The CBF ending up getting the pick on a Biscuit. Maybe ND Red can hold on here. They end up getting a critical wall out. Ooh, Thief ends up getting picked by the Fire Strike. That's 2 down, 3 down on the side of ND Red there, and it doesn't look like they're quite going to be able to hold on to this point. C9 establishing that first critical point control. They're leaving their Baptiste there, though. That might be a little bit dangerous.
But so they are just we saw them having picks on a Widow, now we see them having picks on May. It's just so amazing and just getting so much value. I am just speechless every time I see the skill feed. Now C9 is in favor of the point, and Red, they are trying to get there, but they are, I think, quite held on by the turrets. There is a TP though.
Yeah, it looks like CBF's holding a commanding lead over Poker Face in the alt battle here. We'll see how that influences this next fight coming into it. Dark Phantom beating Avian to the window fight. We might see that come out. A critical window comes out from C96, but it doesn't look like it quite finds anybody. We see the window come out from Baptiste there. Makito finding a pick onto Zoe. We see a huge shatter coming out from CBF, but it goes into nothing. He misses. We see the Immort die there. We see a wall coming out on the side of Thief. Doesn't quite catch anybody either. Avian coming out with the window, but it gets blocked by Bohill's wall. Very scrappy fight on point here. We see C9's Immort come out. Poker Face coming in. Bohill coming in, getting a pick each on their counterparts. Zoe, though, getting a big pick onto Makito. Avian getting a big pick onto Bohill. See, but Avian ends up going down to Thief. Are they going to be able to win this fight based off of healing sustained? A wall comes out to try and separate, but Poker Face gets a huge slam onto Miko. Poker Face getting a big charge into CBF. Biscat taking down Miko. Dark Phantom taking out the Mei. And then that just leaves Symmetra on point. And that is all she wrote for this fight.
Yeah,
We've got a lot of alts coming out here. How do you think the alts are going to influence this next fight? You know, we see Thief with the Mei ult. How do you think that's going to decide the interactions coming into next fight?
I think that the best way is to use window on the choke, but C960 are taking initiative rotation, and that might change plans, and we might see Blizzard instead. We also need to point out that CVF Shatter got blocked earlier by a Mei Cryo state, so we will see that again. I really hope so, but the graph is on the point, and Blizzard forwards it down.
Grabs coming out from both sides. We see a Male come out. Thief confirming a pick onto Miko. CBF getting a huge shatter, but Poker Face going in with the charge onto Habutai. Makito just beaming down CBF. Poker Face getting a big pick onto Zoe. Makito taking out Blue Jay. Poker Face going into Avian, and the tanks are just dominating this fight, confirming picks there. Ults came out from both sides. We saw the grabs traded. We saw Mei ult. We saw a window come out. But it looks like at the end, ND Red there holds on to their point. We see a couple of comp swaps here. We see the Doomfist Mei and the Hanzo Mei.
I think that beat at the end wasn't really necessary to keep them alive. They had this point in control already. They won fight. Zoe is coming from behind with that Blizzard.
Zoe comes in from behind. Bohill takes out Blue Jay, but Habutai ends up taking out Bohill. Looks like we see windows coming out from both sides. We see an Immort trade. CBF getting a critical pick onto Dark Phantom, and that's going to be, or it looks like it's going to be enough after Poker Face goes down for C9 to end up taking the point. 10 seconds left. We have to see either Bohill touch. 5 seconds left on the clock. He just needs to hold on for one more second. Looks like we're going to be going into overtime here. Dark Phantom coming back out onto the Moira. It's looking dire for ND Red here. It looks like C96 are holding on to the point. A huge shatter coming out from CBF. He ends up going in, is swinging, cleaving, getting a big pick on a Dark Phantom. Blue Jay taking out Poker Face. Bohill makes it back to point, but he's going to meet the ire of everybody. We see a critical window coming out, blocking Biscuit from making it to point. He's still climbing up against that wall, just trying to hold on, survive for any chance that his team might be able to make it back. We see Poker Face coming back on the ball here, swinging, rolling in and out, but they end up C9ing off the point, and C96 ends up taking the critical first match of the coaching clash.
Yeah, that was very interesting mashup. I really am glad that I was able to witness it and cast it. A lot of potential from everyone. Interesting plays, interesting rotations, ult management, and just overall the pure potential as with default abilities too. We can't forget that. C96 did really good job with taking it back. It was very close to go it to in the ND Red favor too. So good effort for both of the teams.
Absolutely. And, you know, we saw 99-99. We saw like very close maps each time. This was a very close series. This was in either team's arm reach, but looks like C96 were able to just confirm that little bit of extra value and win the fight there. We saw a lot of amazing play coming out from that team. We saw a lot of very critical antis. We saw Habutai coming in there with his amazing stuns, but we also saw, coming out from the side of ND Red, a lot of fantastic Ryan gameplay. We saw Makido come out with the Roadhog, and it was absolutely exceptional. Making CBF's life so hard on the monkey, trying to engage, but he just gets hooked. He gets shot at. He gets reapered. Just so much coming at him.
Yeah, but also amazing Ana gameplay pulled out from Avon. This auntie is just so beautiful to just watch them, and I can't really complain on what I saw. We saw a couple reses. Whenever we had mercies, a commitment to just do this res for the team, even if sometimes it cost them life. Overall, I am really glad how this turned out. I hope our viewers are too. But for now, we need to take a small break before next match. Hopefully, you don't forget to stay hydrated, and we'll see you very shortly.
Absolutely fantastic gameplay there. Hello and welcome back to Coaching Clash, the Platinum Push. Here on the caster's desk, you've got Armin and Lunare here. And so we have a new match coming up, two new teams. We've got the Matadors, who have no current tourney experience, but they've been together about 4 to 5 months just playing the game. And then you might recognize them from GGNA if you've ever participated in that. The Louisiana Purchase, who have been together for about 2.5 years now. And they've been multi-time GGNA finalists. So it'll be interesting to see, if Matadors can kind of come together and, maybe find some synergy as a team, or maybe we'll see Louisiana, with 2.5 years experience together. And it seems like a lot of tournament experience. We'll see if that might give Louisiana a bit of an advantage here. So what do you think, Lunare?
I think that I personally don't know any of these teams, so I'm interested to get to know them and cast them. And for me, it can go either way.
Absolutely. So it looks like, let me take a look at our map pool real quick. Looks like we are starting off on Nepal this round. So it'll be interesting to see what comps we have coming out on there. I wonder if we'll see again, a full brawl on these control maps and really hammer into that Death Bally Reinhardt playstyle, or maybe we'll see a little bit of a different playstyle coming out. Maybe a little bit more monkey, a little bit more ball, a little bit more of those coordinated divey comps. So
I am interested to see if we can see this time as much dominant tanks as we saw in our last matchup.
absolutely.
We also saw a lot of DPS going on. Maybe these teams can live up to impression what we are left of by our previous team. And now we are entering our first map.
Now traveling to Busan.
Okay, so we are here on Busan first. We already talked a little bit about it before, and first is a downtown. So we again can see Widow going on here. We can see some brawl, maybe double bubble, and
Ready for
it looks like we do have a monkey on both of the teams, but on one side we have Diva, on the other side we have Zarya. Diva have much more value at beginning over Zarya because she have this cooldown, she have this DM, she have this rockets, she can have great peel for Ana, where Zarya have value more overtime with that graph, with that bubbles and this energy going high charge. So we're gonna see what will play in favor of the team.
Absolutely. We see Cyberfish getting a lot of good poke in here, but we see Cristado go in, he gets antied, and then he just gets dominated by the Brig there, and McCree coming in, flashing, throwing out a ton of poke damage into there, and it looks like we are going to see Matadors end up taking this first little bit of point control here. We see the D.Va set up on that high ground up there. It'll be interesting to see the interactions between the Echo and McCree here. Looks like we have a little bit of a monkey battle going down. Both bubbles dropped. Snowden comes down to DM his monkey out. Takes a little bit of poke damage there. Goes in with the bubble. Takes quite a bit of damage there. You see Monkey beam down the enemy D.Va. We see Brig in there brawling, getting a lot of good cleave damage in. And we see Shode go down once again. Out of mech, and this time out of life. We see Arrowhead go in there, get slept, but he's still got rally armor coming up, so that'll be good. Big stickies coming out onto Arrowhead.
I don't think that rally was really necessary. They didn't have this ability to push, but they have armor, so that's on their advantage. And Monkey and Aegis are just so crucial here.
Absolutely, but we see Cristado go in and get a pick onto Ana, but Ecstatica comes back in and gets a pick onto Melon. Ezra gets a pick onto Quintessence, and then Mello gets a big res. Cyberfish going in with a big copy. We see double Primal out on the field. So much value, knocking everybody off, and that was a fantastic play from Luigiana Purchase, but it looks like might have put them a little bit back in terms of ult economy.
We do see here potentially Nano Monkey coming from Matadors. And yes, there it is, Nano Monkey with huge engagement.
Absolutely. Monkey going in. Ezra going in and getting a huge two-piece on the Kree, taking out both supports. And that looks like it's going to turn this fight for Matadors and make it just an easy cleanup there. Shoda, super low on HP. Looks like he ends up getting demeched. Ooh, not quite going down. There we are. He goes down. And, yeah, Matadors flipping point control here.
Matadors, they still have this 1 point potential with a graph, so that is very crucial to stop them. They are together, they do have this break to just swing in them, Monkey to just zap them, and maybe Pulse to do the combo there. Meanwhile, Luigiana, they are going on rotation.
Yeah, we see a pretty big rotation coming out from Luigiana. We see Cristado going in there, engaging onto the enemy supports. He ends up getting a pick onto the enemy Brig. Quintessence getting a two-piece onto enemy supports, as well as the Tracer. And then we see Cyberfish go in there with his beam and to clean up the tanks. And it's like point control flipped here to Luigiana. Interesting. We're seeing Quintessence also set up on the high ground there.
So, from Luigiana, what we can see, not quite none of this fight, but maybe at the end of it. For sure, we can see Engage here. Maybe Bomb finally, they have it for quite a while. That can be a huge potential, if the cooldowns are calculated correctly. Nano is almost up, so we might see it used, but Melo is going down.
Absolutely. Ecstatica going in and getting a big pick onto Melon. Arrowhead taking Cristado out, but Shoda comes in with a huge two-piece bomb. Quintessence taking out his DPS counterpart. Arrowhead, huge pick onto Cyberfish there, and this once again flips into control of Matadors. Luigiana Purchase really need to get somebody on point. They have Lucio there, but it's not quite enough to get him in fast enough.
Yeah, even though we saw a huge diva bomb, Matadors were still able to turn it around and got this first point. It was really interesting matchup here from both of the sides. We saw ultimates sometimes being thrown and not having much value, so hopefully this time we will see more value from this ultimate. But overall, I would say good job. Now, I think it's small changes because now Matadors, they have eco, they didn't have it before, and on Luigiana they have now Tracer instead of McCree, if I'm correct. Oh, now Killjoy's now show that they have Zarya too, so we have big ults, we have Nano and Graph, and that's what we want to play for. We want to have either this Graph or we want to have Nano, Monkey, and Lich.
Absolutely. We see Quintessence go in there and take out Ezra. Blank going in for the res onto Ezra. We see Rez's trade. Ezra taking out Mello there. Hurricane getting just harassed by Quintessence there. Cyberfish taking out Arrowhead there. Looks like first Luigiana are going to take point control here. But are they going to be able to maintain it?
Yeah, it's Matadors, they need to go back. They are getting staggered a little bit. As for ultimates, Melon almost have this Nano, so we can see Monkey engage here. As for Matadors, we quite have lower charge on ultimates than Luigiana, so they are on disadvantage here a little bit since Luigiana almost have all ultimates up, except the Valk.
Absolutely. So we see that team bubble coming out super early, and Quintessence ends up going in and gets a pick onto both supports with his pulse. Cristado going in there and getting a pick onto Echo, and that looks like it's going to shut Matador's push right down. One ultimate.
Yeah, that all ultimates have this potential. This time Quintessence, they didn't wait for the graph. They maybe will be able to charge this pulse again to wait for that graph and the combo. And meanwhile, I wait to see this Matadors having this nano engage. I'm really rooting for them to succeed.
So we see a lot of poke coming out into Hurricane. He throws out his nano. Both support ults coming out. Ezra throwing out his ult. Gets another 2 picks. Both supports down on the side of Louisiana. And then Monkey and the tanks follow. Looks like this is just going to cement Matadors. These fights are just happening in the blink of an eye. So many ults coming out. They used a lot to confirm that fight. But it looks like they're still in contention with Louisiana here.
Yeah, Louisiana have this monkey engage now and almost graph. That is giving them huge potential to win this fight. They have 80% on the point, so they need one fight, and that's possibly it for them. Meanwhile, we see Copy.
Absolutely. Cristado ends up getting slept and antied on point, but then he ends up throwing his Primal out. We see Echo Copy coming out. Ooh. We see Pulse Bomb coming out, but it meets none. Cristado ends up going down to Ezra. We see Melon going down to Statica. Cyberfish trading with Statica. It looks like this is so far going in the favor of Matadors here, but Cristado gets a critical pick onto Hurricane there. Very scrappy fights here. This one's lasting a while, but it looks like it's just Cristado against the world, and it wasn't quite enough. He ends up getting taken down, and Matadors maintain point control.
We saw graph being thrown, but Killjoy still have their graph. We have a monkey nano engage, possibly Copy on Louisiana's side. On Matadors, we may see monkey in the end, but mostly graph here.
Absolutely. Ezra getting an early pick onto Quintessence there, but Nano Monkey comes out. Ezra throwing out yet another ult. Cristado getting a big pick onto Hurricane. We'll see what this Deadeye brings. He ends up getting a big pick onto Cristado there. They don't have their Ana, but doesn't matter. Blank goes in for the res. We see a Grav come out, and Melon gets picked by Arrowhead there. Cyberfish takes Ezra, but Ecstatica ends up taking down Shota, and it looks like Matadors are still maintaining this point control. Louisiana have to come in and contest, maybe try to get a nice recontest here. It'll be interesting to see what happens, what's going on. 97% not yet.
Yeah, this will be last fight. Both teams are a team over 80%, so we will see a lot of ultimates in this fight.
Absolutely. Hurricane just getting harassed so much. Cyberfish comes in and confirms the pick on a Hurricane. Arrowhead throwing out his ultimate. Is he going to find anything? Quintessence taking out Killjoy. Looks like Louisiana might be able to make a play for this. Blank reses Hurricane, but it doesn't matter because Cyberfish ends up taking out Blank. Hurricane low, Quintessence takes out Hurricane. It looks like Matadors end up losing this fight. Louisiana retake control here.
Yep, and actually we will have one more fight. Matadors, they want to go and contest it as fast as they can because Louisiana have almost 99%, so we want this overtime to happen.
Absolutely. We see Arrowhead touch the point as ball, going on and off, spinning to win. Looks like we have Quintessence and Cyberfish trying to harass Hurricane there. Are they going to be able to find a pick? Doesn't look like it. Ecstatica coming out with the ball copy, getting a big slam in. Are we going to see a Mines come out? Cristado taking out Hurricane. Oh, we see Zarya's back and forth beaming down. Ooh, a big anti coming out onto Hurricane. So Hurricane going to go down once more. Blank and Hurricane go down to Quintessence. Shota throwing down his Mines, but Ecstatica meets him right back with another Mines. Looks like Shota takes out Killjoy. Tracer's going down. Ball still spinning to win on point, trying to hold on for dear life. Is he going to be able to hold on to this so his team can get back and contest? Arrowhead goes down, and it looks like this round is confirmed for Louisiana purchase.
Yeah, so I did mention monkey engages, but what does it really mean? With Nano Monkey, you can go dive into the backline and you can pick out the supports, and it's very crucial for that fight. But Now we are going to Mecha Base. In Mecha Base, it's known for a pro map. We see a couple switches, and looks like Matadors will play on that brawl with Diva. May walls are very crucial. May ultimate is very crucial to win a fight in brawl. On the other side, we have Junkrat instead. So more spam. We expect longer fights on the other side to get just as much damage as possible.
You see a big wall coming out from the side of Matadors, or ends up Cyberfish ends up confirming the kill onto Killjoy here. We're seeing a lot of pressure coming out. Cristado walking in, swinging hammer. Quintessence takes out Ecstatica here. And it looks like those two members going down are enough to cement point control in Matador's favor. Oh no, in Luigiana Purchase's favor, sorry. Matador is going down that fight.
And we almost window for Luigiana. For now they are in the on the point. So Cyberfish, we expect from them huge tire, but Ezra is having high noon and it's getting pigs.
Ezra just out here going crazy with these high noons, taking out Cyberfish and cementing the point in Matador's favor. Very crazy high noons coming out from Ezra here.
We have window for both of the sides. We have tire from Cyberfish. It can get a lot of potential, but it can be also blocked with immortality build. So you wanna make sure that it will go down. And there we go with a Reap tire.
It looks like Immort comes down a little bit early. Cyberfish ends up confirming the pick onto Killjoy, but Ezra comes back with a pick onto Cristado and onto Quintessence. My goodness. 3-piece onto Melon, and it looks like that'll be enough to confirm this fight. Ecstatica throwing down the mail. Maybe a little bit overkill here, but Ezra just carrying these fights with his left clicks. It looks like he has his high noon coming back up again. I wonder if we'll see yet another 2 or 3-piece coming out from him.
This Maywood wasn't really necessary. They were already on advantage of the numbers. It's the biggest ultimate in the scum, so you want to keep it for the bigger fight.
Absolutely. We see a right side rotation there. Cristado coming in with the Shatter. Ezra throwing down his ult, but he doesn't manage to find anything. Quintessence comes in with a big 2-piece. Arrowhead coming in, taking out Quintessence. Killjoy taking out Cristado. But it looks like Luigiana managed to come out on the positive end of this deal here. They ended up doing a really big rotation and getting a lot of value from that. So
We have beat on both of the sides. We also bomb. Bomb can get lots of value, but it can be easily blocked with immortality. So again, you want to make sure that the enemy team don't have these cooldowns, so you are able to engage in, and bombs coming up and getting one pick.
absolutely. We see 4 people going down on the side of Matadors, and they just have to go back to spawn and reset yet again. Shoda coming in with a nice bomb to round it out. Cristado getting a ton of swing and cleave in. We'll see his Shatter coming up.
Yeah, can get a pretty huge advantage for them, and Matadors want to contest. They are Luigiana have over 80% on the point, so it will be last fight if Matadors they are not able to contest. Huge May wall, just look at that.
A big Maywall coming out from Matadors, rotating onto that left side there, but it doesn't look like it was quite enough as Luigiana just managed to outspam them and win the brawl. Even with the big Maywall coming out, they didn't quite manage to get enough damage into the tanks, and it looks like Luigiana Purchase are going to end up taking this first game.
Yep, and now we see play of the game from Cyberfish. We know they had a very good copy ult using that map site that there is this site where you can just book people out of the map. Using that, very creative, good ultimate usage. And our next map is King's Row.
It's going to be exciting coming into Kings Row. Seeing the brawl gameplay on Mecha Base there, we saw a lot of rotations coming in from both sides, a lot of fluidity on the map there. So it'll be interesting to see, with the various routes they can take on Kings Row. Maybe if they'll try something like a Sim TP strat and go around the map a bit. What do you think?
Well, I don't know these teams well enough yet to quite know what we can expect from them. Maybe Widows. We didn't see them on Busan. So I'm not quite sure yet. Probably Classic Brawl. We saw amazing May Walls. So Inzor is overall Brawl map, and May ults are very crucial there. So having this immortality up and just predicting what other Reinhardt will do, just all this small things that can just be between win or lose over here.
Now entering King's
So for sure,
Row.
you wanna keep this Blizzard for like a big fight. It can turn fight completely.
Initiating
Um,
match.
Depending if we have Zarya or Diva in a brawl, we can have either huge graph to combo with, and then you can just go in and kill whoever's in the graph. Or whereas Diva, we can have interesting shattered bomb combo. It's very good cause Diva bomb is distracting, forcing other Rhine to turn around, and then you can hit a huge shatter, and everyone is just dying to Diva bomb.
Absolutely. I actually have a quick question. So it seems that this is a pretty popular comp to come out, but the Symmetra has been coming out a lot in combination with the Mei we've seen. So what's your opinion on Symmetra in these more brawly comps? We saw that kind of popularized by the Dallas Fuel going into the Mei Melee and bringing that as seemingly their primary comp. So how do you feel that Sim comp influences the game?
It's for sure adding something to the game. You are able to reach some points that you're not usually able to reach. It looks like Sigma will contest this high ground with McCree. They will have a different angle, which is very interesting. Lots of spam can come on Matadors. I'm not sure if they are quite prepared for that.
Yeah, we already see Rhine shield going down. Diva having to go in and DM. Looks like Rhine's getting a little bit of shield regen in, but he has to hold up his shield, and the shield's not quite holding up to the test here. We see Fire Strikes traded out from both sides there. Matador is grouping on that left side there. Looks like they're trying to get a little bit of an engagement on point. Ooh, a big Mei wall coming out, but it doesn't look like it was quite enough. They end up forcing Immort. We see Hurricane coming out with the window right away, forcing Luigiana back to LOS it. We might see a tick coming out here on Matadors as long as they stay on point. Ooh, another big wall coming out, but a Flux comes in. Flux Noon, Shode coming out and getting a big Hurricane pick. Cristado going in and getting a bank. Trades coming out from both sides, but it looks like it's going to end up slightly favoring Luigiana here. And Matadors are going to have to go back to spawn once again.
So what is interesting here is that on Matadors we have Hanzo, but we don't have Zarya. So in this case, Dragon can be more like a zoning ult rather than finish off, and there is incoming.
Yeah, we saw a really big shatter there, but nobody was able to capitalize on it. Cristado just going down to the Mei wall. It looks like Matadors just has these Mei walls on point here. Melon going down on point as well. It looks like Luigiana are just going to have to give this point up.
Yeah, it looks like it, but Luigiana is still contesting, being walled off a little bit, so they stagger, which is not very favorable for them. They are committing for this fight.
Absolutely. It looks like Matadors are looking in every which direction, not quite picking one target, but Arrowhead comes in with a two-piece, and it looks like that might be just enough for them to confirm point, and it is.
Yeah, so lots of ultimates were thrown, and because of that, Luigiana almost doesn't have anything except Flux. So Matador, they are doing a little bit better, but Baptiste is staying on the card. so they won't have this immortality. They won't have as much sustain for this fight, since Matadors are going very close and facing Luigiana very far. Now they are going back a little bit. They are being forced out. They know they don't have as much healing as Luigiana.
Ooh, we see a big shatter coming out from Killjoy. Ends up getting the big pick onto Cristado. But Shota coming out with the Flux. We see beaten response from Blank. Hanzo coming out as well. Is that going to get any picks? No, but it's going to separate the Baptiste from the rest of the core, and it looks like Matadors are just going to be able to walk down the Sigma, the Lucio, the Hanzo. Hurricane on cart, getting harassed by Hanzo a bit here, but it looks like Ecstatica is going to walk back around and end up taking the pick onto Hanzo. Melon ends up taking a pick onto Ezra, but I don't think it's going to end up mattering. There's just too much of a man advantage here on Matadors. Cristado ends up going down, and it looks like Melon ends up following.
So let's talk about the walls. My can wall of is a wall of Rhine, and it's giving them just like a reason to push in. So if we will see good May wall, we will probably see follow up from the rest of the team. But the window is coming up, and their Blizzard too.
Faster than we can talk, ults are just coming out. We see two windows, we see a Blizzard, we see a Shatter coming out. Cristado automatically taking out Hurricane, picking up 3, 4, 5 with that, and looks like Luigiana are going to stop this push in its tracks, but looks like Quintessence throws out the Dragon, adds a little bit of insult to injury, or maybe, just maybe, he ended up fat-fingering that ultimate there.
Well, for Matadors, we have quite a few big ults incoming. We can see a combo Shatter Dragon. And they already have a first pick, so they really want to commit into this fight. On the other hand, we have a bomb that can be just, it has huge potential. Depend how you play it.
Arrowhead coming out here with yet another Diva Bomb there. Ooh. Is it going to get anybody? No, it lands in the Immortality. Both Immortalities traded with both Diva Bombs there. Ecstatica taking out Cyberfish there, coming out for the Bastion on the stall. Ooh, we see Killjoy come in with the big shatter onto Cristado. We see him just walk in there, get a ton of cleave in, and that confirms the cart with 2 minutes 55 on the clock for Matadors.
I think what isn't very beneficial for Luigiana is that they don't have this May like Matadors have. So that puts them on disadvantage. Usually you have this walls to Wall of Reinhardt, and it's giving you an engage. So not having that wall, it was very limiting for them, because if the Rhinos wall off, they couldn't really even wall off to like go back or like hold the space. That's why walls are really important here.
Absolutely.
Also, immortality fields, they have many usage, but if you want to commit into the fight, you want to force it out without committing too much resources. You want to bait immortality first out, which I would like to see more from both of these teams. It looks like Cyberfish is going right now on Doomfist. Again, no May for them. It will be hard, especially if Doom engage in and they will get walled off. It can stall them so much. But now they're actually switching to May, and they will have this wall. I'm very interested to see if this matchup will be more even.
Absolutely. So we see the Hanzo versus Kree matchup. It'll be interesting to see how that goes. Matador is already throwing down the May wall. It doesn't look like it was quite enough to confirm anything. It looks like we have Cyberfish clapping back with his own wall. We see Matador's Immort come out first. That's a resource that Luigiana still has to go into this fight with. It looks like they're going to end up approaching point for control. Yet another big wall from Quintessence there. We see the Immort come down from the side of Luigiana. Quintessence taking out Ecstatica. Cyberfish taking out Killjoy. Quintessence taking out Hurricane. Ezra takes out Quintessence, but we think that Quintessence might have just generated enough value to confirm this fight alone here.
Yep.
Getting 2 picks.
What I'm not seeing though is they are not really pushing it now. They are just coming back on this point, contesting it.
Yeah, taking out Melon, that's very tough. She's sent back to the spawn room here. Cristado going in and taking out Killjoy. Cyberfish going in and getting Arrowhead with the melee. Quintessence taking out Blank. Ezra takes Shota out of mech though. Very scrappy fight here, but it looks like Luigiana are slightly favored here. Oh, Ezra goes down, and then it's just Ecstatica left on the point. And Luigiana confirmed. Looks like we've got Ryan and Diva coming back.
We possibly want Luigiana to play a bit more aggressive here, having had this push, but they need to wait for the rest of the teammates that they were still coming back from spawn. So what I think here, we have almost Blizzard on both of teams, so it will be Hula throw ult first, and there we have High Noon. It gets a bit no value, but another ults are committed into the fight.
Absolutely, we see Hurricane throw out his window. Ecstatica coming in with the Blizzard. Blizzard forcing Luigiana back into the room. They end up having to force out Immort as well, but Luigiana claps back with their own Blizzard. Looks like Cyberfish ends up taking out the enemy May. Ooh, we see from Arrowhead a big ult coming in, but it doesn't manage to quite get anybody. Mellow coming in with the beat. Cristado charging Diva out of the fight. You see Shota over there getting some poke, taking high ground. Luigiana might just be able to take this, but leaving Vap on cart's a little bit dangerous. It's a little bit tough. You can't quite get the resources into your Reinhardt that you might need.
Yeah, and they are being called off. Again, we see how huge impact they have on the gameplay. But this time they have Mei on the own, so she was able to block. Sorry, he was able to block it with the more damage incoming from them.
Absolutely. Looks like we had the Shatter Bomb coming out, but it didn't quite connect. Maywall blocked it. Looks like we're fairly even on the fight here, though. Luigiana just getting a little bit of cart progress here. Looks like Matadors are backing up to maybe try and contest this corner up here. Diva duel on the high ground. Arrowhead establishing supremacy on the high ground there, forcing Diva out. We see a big Shatter come out, but it didn't quite connect to anybody. Blank coming out with the beat. Is that going to be enough for them to confirm this fight here? Luigiana going to be able to get some value through the beat. Ooh, we see Luigiana throw down a window there. Cyberfish just spamming through it. Quintessence taking out Blank. Shota taking out Ezra. We see Ecstatica going down on point, and it looks like Luigiana are just going to push this all the way. We see Hurricane going on to try and contest. That's their back down. We see a big beat coming out from Luigiana, just brawling here on point. Killjoy goes down. Now it's just Lucio left. And it looks like Lucio wasn't quite enough to stall, and they end up pushing this in. Luigiana finishing the round with 257.
Actually, they finished with over 4 minutes, but we do have a time reduced, like with the update that came a bit while ago. It is unfortunate for us because we have less time to watch, but games can't go forever.
Yeah, sometimes, a little bit of a shorter and more competitive game is a lot better than one of those games that just drags on forever. It helps keep everybody high energy, and even if there is a potential for a draw, sometimes a draw is better than, an 18-hour game. Bit of an exaggeration.
And this time we see a little switches. We are still on roll, but we have Widow, or double sniper actually on Matadors. On the other side we have Doomfist and Zaryan. So we can see potentially a huge combo graph with a Doomfist ultimate. On the other hand, now Matadors, they have just a huge peak potential with this one shots.
You might just see the Widow scouting here, unless... Nope, she is looking for the picks here. connects with a body shot, but wasn't quite enough to get a pick there. Luigiana just playing corners now that they know they have a Widow. They've got to play a little bit safer, respect the Widow a bit. But we see Ecstatica end up swapping off to Hanzo. We see Cyberfish going there for the big slam with the Doomfist, but he wasn't quite able to get a pick, force out too many resources there. Luigiana just falling back, holding behind Hotel here. Looks like Cyberfish is setting up high ground. Ecstatica gets a pick on the Cristado, but Cyberfish comes in and assassinates Hurricane. Looks like we see Luigiana's Immort come down. They're going to be able to use that to good effect to allow their team to just brawl in. Mello coming in and taking out Killjoy. Cyberfish ending up taking out Ecstatica. And it looks like Matadors are just going to have to back off.
Yeah,
And Cyberfish gaining so much value there.
Yes, Cyberfish is getting so much value because you don't see it on the first side, but we have many high grounds on first point. So there's a lot of potential for flanks, and Matadors can be get confused. They can not realize that Doomfist is sitting on a high ground behind them, so he can wait for resources to be forced out and then engage it like we see right now.
Ezra coming in and taking two, trading his life, but he ends up confirming so much value. Ecstatica going in and picking out two, picking out Melon as well, getting a third on Cyberfish, and it looks like that's going to be enough to confirm Matadors for this point.
Yep, and we see interesting switch on Bastion here. So Matadors want to play around the card a lot. They want to push up. They will stay close to the card, and meanwhile, Luigiana, they have big ults incoming. There is overtime ongoing here, so yeah, we see many ults coming to this.
We just see so many ults come out. Ecstatica getting a pick onto Shoda. We see the Bastion coming out from Ezra. My goodness, so much value. Killjoy getting a pick onto Melon. Quintessence ends up taking out the Bastion, but it looks like they just had to force so many resources into the Bastion that it didn't end up mattering. Cyberfish still sneaky, behind, holding, waiting for his opportunity to get a one-shot punch onto somebody. Now might be his opportunity. Just hiding behind.
Overtime is still ongoing while we have Luigiana have no ultimates yet. Matadors, they do have bomb, but they don't have many ultimates either. Last fight costed everyone so much resources, and there is almost 10-point cap. Are they able to get the checkpoint?
Arrowhead getting a critical pick onto Cyberfish, but Cyberfish traded for Hurricane, so that might be enough to confirm the fight in Luigiana's favor. Melon taking out Ezra, and it looks like Luigiana just trades so many picks. They have Arrowhead there to try and stall and pick up, but it's not quite enough. Matadors don't quite push it into that 5th point there. Still, exceptional progress coming out from Matadors here. Pushing it almost to a 5th point, getting a meter away from the point there. Absolutely exceptional play. Just a little bit, not quite enough.
Yeah, we saw Ezra trying to mirror Doomfist, but it weren't quite there. It wasn't quite the right pick. But what you should do usually about Doomfist, you can, depending if you have a good McCree, you can pull out this McCree. It's getting a lot of value with these stuns, and pills for the backline, so it's harder to dive your backline. But also, if you don't, if you think that your rank don't really need the speed, you can swap to Brick to have even more pills on the backline and with more stuns and making Doom life more visible. But now we have a Reaper incoming from Luigiana. When on the other side we have Asfra on McCree and still Hanzo there. I'm really interested how it will go.
Absolutely. So we see May Reaper coming out here. A very close range, brawly comp here. We'll see how that goes up against the Kree and the Hanzo. Looks like Luigiana doing a quick rotation through Hotel, throwing out a wall there, forcing out Immort from Matadors immediately. Are they going to be able to get anything off it? Cristado goes down to Ecstatica. They weren't quite able to use their Immort fast enough, but Matadors getting a pick on the Melon. Ecstatica there, trading Max. Hurricane getting a pick on Shota, and it's back to the drawing board, it looks like, for Luigiana.
They didn't try to flip them up, but something was just missing there. Matadors, they were just too aggressive, and we cannot just fall apart a little bit there. But I still believe that this walls from Luigiana, they can guarantee them a pick. It's unfortunate wall right there, but as soon as this Udan come back, they do have this potential.
Yeah, we see Luigiana coming out with the Coalescence. We see Window coming out from Hurricane there. Ezra trying to go for a little bit of a sneaky flank noon. Doesn't matter. Ecstatica comes out, takes a pick on the Shota. Ezra taking out Cyberfish. Ecstatica taking out Melon. And then Cristado. And once again, the DPS just shutting down the push.
Yep, we see couple switches. It's interesting. They have over 1 minute left, so they do need to commit to something. There is Shatter. We almost have Bomb, almost Reaper ult. They will commit into the fight, but the Dragon is coming from Matadors.
Absolutely. We see a big shatter coming out from Luigiana. Wasn't quite enough to capitalize on, though. We see a counter shatter from Killjoy here. Shielding from Cyberfish there. Arrowhead throwing her ult out. Gets a pick on the Mellow. And again, we see Luigiana having to go back, try again on this push. Matador is just having a stranglehold on this defense.
Yeah, Matador's healers, they are just healing so much right now. He was just so close to dying, but then in blink of an eye, he was full HP again. Luigiana is pushing in and having a good wall now.
Big wall from Luigiana, but doesn't look like they were quite... Looks like they found Ezra from it, actually. They throw down Mail. We see Immort come out from the side of Matador's. Killjoy going down. Looks like it's slightly favoring Luigiana here. We see them throw down a window to try and maybe get an angle on those DPS. Arrowhead goes down to Quintessence. Stata takes down Shota. Cristado takes down Blank, and Cyberfish taking Hurricane. Looks like it should confirm the fight for Matadors here, but Matadors end up taking Luigiana into overtime.
Luigiana have potential with the Reaper ult. We might have expected them to go on a flank and got Matadors from surprise. At least that's what I would expect to see here.
Absolutely. So we see Luigiana, while they are pushing up a little bit aggressively, it looks like they're being a little bit conservative, maybe afraid to lose this fight here. They get a big wall off onto the Rhine there, but it looks like they get split by dragons. Shota going up there to stop Kree from getting his ult out. Oh, but it looks like Matadors are just going to shut the fight down on the cart. Matadors just taking out the entirety of the Luigiana purchase and ending this, cementing this game in Matador's favor.
Yep. So we actually saw Reaper trying to get with the Blossom on the flank, but Matadors, they just knew Symmetry was there to shut them down before even they could commit into the fight. Now we are able to witness huge flags follow up with a beat, but the CLA was able to get value from it. Huge gameplay. Our next map is Route 66, I believe. And so
I think it's going to be interesting going into Route 66 here. It looks like, these teams aren't afraid to play monkey and get a little bit more nitty-gritty into these more divey comps. So it'll be interesting to see maybe what kind of comps they come out here with. It'll be interesting to see if maybe we see another Echo or another Echo Ash Mirror match. Or, an Echo Ash matchup, and, see if maybe plat teams here can kind of overcome that hit scan difference with Echo there.
I think we might see Reaper again. We saw that Reaper before. We might see it again. Maybe Junkrat. So there are a lot of interesting things I can think, compositions I can think of from what we already saw. Both teams are quite flexible. We saw Bastion, we saw Doomfist, we saw also Widow. So what here will be crucial? For defense is to hold this high ground. You want to hold this high ground. It prevents you from being run over. And unless you're doing close hold, which is also a possibility, then you want to like quick engage in, win a fight, and get out and get back to holding it. On attack, you want to get this dive ongoing on this high ground. Usually people are set up on the gas station, so you want to dive the gas station, get a pick on support and get out, and it's getting so much value. When they don't have this support, they don't have this sustain.
Absolutely. It's going to be interesting seeing what each of the DPS play here. It seems we've seen a lot of interesting picks coming out from both sets of DPS here, so I think it'll be fun to really see how that matchup goes. It seems like, the supports and the tank line end up playing a lot more standard, and you see a lot of variation in the DPS, so. Ooh.
So, we have Monkey on both teams. It's on let me so on Matadors we have Double Bubble, but we have Macri instead of Echo, which is interesting pick, probably for peeling more backline. On other side we have Double Bubble 2, but we have Hanzo and Mercy instead. Very interesting composition.
Absolutely. I'm excited to see the Kree and the Echo clash here and see maybe if, at this rank, Echo can kind of overcome that hit scan gap. We'll see. Cyberfish has been pulling out a lot of plays, especially on the Doomfist, so this might be a comfort pick. Oh, we see Cristado go there and contest Big Earls there, but he gets antied and pressured out, and it looks like he goes down. They trade main tanks there.
And there is a rest incoming from Mello. Good rest. And Hurricane is falling down right now. Cyberfish is just carrying this fight. So from Matadors, we don't really have any ultimate yet. As from Louisiana, we might see Graph Dragon combo.
Absolutely. Hopefully that's what we see. Quintessence might throw it out. Hurricane taking out Cristado. Quintessence taking out Ecstatica. Looks like they're even, but looks like Louisiana ended up losing their main tank there. Killjoy going and getting a 2-piece, especially picking up Mello. That's a huge pick there. Looks like Melon might be able to make it out. Nope, Melon gets harassed, and Arrowhead confirms the pick, just cementing that little bit of extra time for Matadors to reset, get their team set up.
So now Matadors, they have a Monkey engage, while I believe Louisiana, they are still waiting for this Grab Dragon combo.
Cyberfish getting a critical pick onto Hurricane there. And then he goes and gets another pick onto Blank, taking out both support lines. Ezra coming in and getting a pick onto Melon. Statica taking out Cristado, but Cyberfish coming in and picking Ezra there. Will he be able to get a fit? He doesn't look like it. Matadors might be able to regroup quickly, though, and come into this fight with a bit of a numbers advantage.
Well, so from ultimates, I think that Luna is on advantage here. They have almost every ultimate now. As for Matadors, they did quite a few switches now. They have Soldier. It will benefit them for the taking down Echo.
Ooh, Hurricane coming in and getting a critical anti on the Quintessence there.
Yep. So what I think, now Luciana will use the Draft Dragon. Even though they just committed 2 ultimates, this is like the win condition for now.
Absolutely. We see a big grab coming there. Quintessence getting a 2-piece with his dragons, but Blank throws out Rally. Quintessence getting a third onto Ecstatica. Shota coming back into the fight, and Quintessence again picking up Blank there. My goodness. These DPS in the blink of an eye just turn a fight. Getting so many picks and so much value with all that damage. Cristado going in and taking that final cleanup pick onto Arrowhead, and that should cement Matador or Luigiana Purchase taking this point.
Yeah. So we saw growth from both of the sides here. So far, Luciana, they have almost 3 minutes. We can expect from Luciana, Monkey, Nano, and Gage. They are just doing so much damage, and with the support from Eco, like we can see, people are just falling down so quickly. Cyberfish is just so good at helping in with that monkey engages. Monkey is just going on the support, separating them from healing attacks, and then Cyberfish is just capitalizing on this opportunity here.
Absolutely. We see a Visor coming out from Soldier. See a copy coming out from Cyberfish there. Cristado throwing out his own Primal. It just looks like Luigiana, now that they've got their momentum, are just barrel rolling into Matadors. Shota taking out Ezra, but Killjoy getting a return pick onto Cyberfish. Doesn't matter too much, though, because Luigiana are just going to keep getting progress on this cart. A little bit of a monkey duel going on there in tunnels.
So, we can expect Monkey Nano engage, that I like talking about it so much. There is Falk from Melo though, just to give this sustain and keep teammates alive.
Exactly. We see a mirror Nano coming into the fight there. Quintessence throwing his dragons on the cart, and just, my goodness, Luigiana just throwing out so much damage, so much poke, so many ults, and just winning fights here. You know, we're seeing Cyberfish go in and just assassinate targets, getting so much cleave with his beam, Quintessence getting picks left and right, Melon getting some antis. Cristado in there, engaging, claiming space. It's been fantastic play from Luigiana thus far.
Yes, I agree. Now we have Mirror Hanzo actually. Those are pretty much mirrored, except support lineup, which is interesting to see because now we have double off tank on Matadors. I just noticed that my like that's very interesting. Eva and Zarya, that's a very unique choice.
I think they may be going for the Grav Mech combo, the fabled Grav Mech combo.
No, we see Killjoy swapping on to Reinhardt now, doing a little bit more volley rather than dive.
Absolutely, but Cristado is just in there, putting so much cleave into the enemy team. Looks like we get a copy from Cyberfish in on the Reinhardt, throwing out a Shatter, and it looks like that's going to be enough to confirm Luigiana Purchase taking this point.
Yep, you are right. So we saw interesting combos this match. But I'm still amazed how good Cyberfish is on following up this monkey engages, what are so crucial here, and this forced other team to swap off to Brawl, which they tried to contest and hold it close. Um, but it didn't really work in their favor. They ended up letting Cap 3 points either way. I think that they swapped it a little bit too slow if they wanted to go brawl, or just they didn't have time to because Louisiana they didn't give them a choice. And now we are back to Monkey Zarya again. Um, where we still have quintessence on Anzo, so we can see more Grab Dragon combos. Where Attica is going more to do poke on Echo here.
It's going to be interesting to see if Kree is going to be quite enough to take out the Echo here. Cyberfish just seems to be playing around his environment so well.
But Crusader, they are being forced out. They took so much damage.
Absolutely. We see a forced nade from Melon there. Are we going to see another critical nade in this fight, or is that going to be a critical advantage that we just don't see? Nobody's quite getting a critical nade, but Killjoy gets picked on Cristado. Cyberfish comes in and assassinates Arrowhead. Quintessence takes out Ecstatica, but Blank comes in with the res. We see the mirror res onto Monkeys there. Monkeys just jumping in and cleaving. Arrowhead manages to get a pick onto Mellow there. We see a copy coming out from Cyberfish already. Shota taking out Arrowhead there, and now we see a Primaling Monkey in on Hurricane. Is doing so much damage into the Matadors while they're trying to recover, get back into spawn there. Critical copy coming out from Cyberfish there.
We see both nanos coming up, so possibly both monkeys engages here. Maybe some grabs, but Crusader, they are just falling so low and they are nanoed.
Looks like they nanoed Cristado as he was jumping out, so he had to waste a little bit of nano going in there. But Arrowhead going in, trying to contest top there, gets a good bit of cleave onto Melon and Mellow there, who that's going to be hard to say. And then Ezra coming in, picking out Cristado as well, all three. Taking up a fourth one with Shota, and that confirms the fight for Matadors.
They are in control of a point right now, but Louisiana, they still can contest it. They have Grab Dragon, so we can expect them using it this fight and possibly winning with that combo if they can touch, but they need to touch right now.
Doesn't look like they managed to touch there, and then Hurricane, even though they start picking up Louisiana there, it doesn't matter too much as they're just waiting for door to open up there. It looks like Matadors are just going to get a ton of free progress on the cart coming into this next fight.
And Louisiana, they don't really want to commit now. Grab Dragon. They want. It will be a little bad on their old economy, but they are throwing Grab right now.
Looks like they ended up throwing out Grab Dragons, but it wasn't quite timed enough, but it doesn't matter because Cyberfish just comes in, gets so much cleave with those sticky bombs. Looks like Louisiana shut down this push. Cart didn't get very much progress at all there, but that's okay. It looks like Matadors are coming back in with a fairly commanding economy lead.
That is true indeed. They do have this graph who can potentially be comboed with High Noon or with Echo Copy, maybe just Echo Stickies. They do have this advantage, but they are still falling down to Louisiana. That is very unfortunate on the end. Maybe they just overextended a little bit and they got punished for that. So all they need is solely to regroup and using right combos and ultimates. They have 5 ultimates. They for sure can win this fight.
Absolutely. We see Arrowhead jump in there, but get immediately slapped. Ecstatica going in, getting a 2-piece off the Noon. Killjoy taking out Cristado. And it looks like we're going to see Matadors going in and getting a ton of free cart push off this. Hopefully, if anybody gets on the cart.
I saw interesting copy ult. So Ezra, they actually copied Hanzo, possibly going for Grab Dragon. They didn't need it. They ended up being killed in a copy, but that was still enough for them. They didn't need to commit more ultimates.
Yeah, Ezra going in and taking out Melon. Cyberfish getting a Statica there. Looks like Mello goes in for the res on Melon. Cyberfish taking out Killjoy. Ezra taking out Quintessence there. Cyberfish taking out Ezra. Very scrappy fight here. We see Rez coming out from Blank, but Rez trades, or Blank trades life for Rez there. Cyberfish taking out Hurricane and Killjoy. Luigiana here end up taking and holding onto this point.
Yeah. And again, on Luigiana, we see Grab Dragon. We want to see them use. We also, there is possible Monkey and Nano engage. On other side, we also have Nano and Graph. Aesthetic got changed to Hanzo, but I don't think Killjoy wants to wait for the dragon yet. They have barely over 1 minute.
Absolutely. We see Mirror Nano and Ezra going in to take Melon out. We see double grab. We're just mirroring everything. Cyberfish gets copy. Are we going to see a mirror from Ezra? We are not. Ezra goes down to Quintessence's ult. Luigiana, again, cementing this cart as their property.
I think that this swap on Hanzo is a little bit too late. You couldn't really farm this ultimate that fast. Killjoy threw up a craft, and now Aesthetica is on 50%, but Killjoy is not quite there with. So they have only copy basically. When Luigiana, they have really only Monkey ultimate, so we will see how it's gonna play out.
Yeah, we see Reinhardt coming out from Arrowhead. It's going to be interesting to see how the brawl factors into this double bubble fight here. He just has to put up, or Arrowhead just has to put up her shield. Gets a critical charge onto Shota there, though. Not quite enough follow-up to take out Shota. Quintessence throwing out dragons there. Cristado getting slapped just out of the fight temporarily. Mello popping ult. We see a Nano coming out from Hurricane there. It's overtime fights, very scrappy here. Cyberfish taking out Killjoy, Shota taking out Hurricane, Quintessence taking out Arrowhead. Is Ezra going to be able to stall? And it doesn't look like it. This confirms this second game, or this third game, sorry, for Luigiana purchase here.
Yeah, and again, good effort from both of teams.
Play of the game.
Now we see Quintessence probably with Grab Drago combo, and yes, it is, and it was on the high ground where it's very hard to engage, honestly. So that grab was really good. It was able to force them out of the high ground and then just clean off the fight.
Absolutely. So now this puts Luigiana in the lead here, 2-1. Wonder coming into the next map if we will see Luigiana come in and take a 3-1, or if Matador still has a little bit of fight left in them, and we'll see 3-2 yet again.
Yes, but for now, we are going to take a short break to swap out the casters. It was nice to cast for you, and hopefully we'll see you tomorrow.
Hi there, welcome back. We're here at the Coaching Clash, the Platinum Push. We are currently in a 2-1 series with the Louisiana Purchase versus Matadors favoring Louisiana. We had a little bit of a change up on the caster's desk here. I'm still here, I'm Armin, and we have Fire in here
Kieran.
Firen, sorry. Firen here to take over the color commentary. So we're coming into a map on Temple of Anubis. You know, we've seen a lot of double projectile coming out from Louisiana. So, Firen, what do you think about Louisiana here? Do you think they're going to come in and take this map? Or do you think Matadors are going to be able to put up a good fight and maybe take the series to a 3-2?
Well, if I know anything about our broadcast, it's that we always have a bit of a curse that we will go to a map 5. So I wouldn't be surprised at all if this continues to be a very close match. Obviously, there's every possibility that they could be closing out the series. A lot of the damage heroes that work on this like more cramped point A, I'm not sure like exactly what the hero pools do favor. So it'd be interesting to see if we're running more of like the meta kind of double bubble, or if there's maybe like a bull comp or even like a Rhine comp coming out of either team.
Yeah, I think it's been a little bit of a toss-up. We've seen a lot of double bubble coming out from these teams. They might even slightly favor that, but if I know anything about Anubis, is that we tend to see a brawl coming out from the defense here. Looks like we might actually be mirroring the brawl here. So
Interesting. Yeah, it looks like the teams want to mirror brawl. And for the defense, the traditional Platinum Anubis defense Junkrat coming out, that's going to be very effective in holding the really cramped, enclosed spaces on both the left and the right side here. And the Ashe often like very, very effective at holding the like further back high grounds, being able to take angles. So interesting composition that's a real variant on a normal Rhine composition. This is not what you normally run with a Rhine.
For sure. I mean, maybe having that shield kind of supplements having something of a double shield comp going into that. Looks like we're taking a rotation into Palace here. Killjoy's shield already going down, it looks like. Shodan going up there to take a little bit of poke, flying back to main here. We get a big wall coming out from the Statica. Cyberfish taking out Ezra, but Killjoy trading out for Cristado. Huge plays here. We see Immort coming out from Matadors here. We see traded Immorts. Mello getting a big res onto Cristado there. Ashe getting a big dynamite in, it looks like. Hurricane already has his window up, so we'll see if Window comes out this fight. Window does come out. Killjoy just swinging in. It looks like we're going to see Louisiana end up rotating the point, but Cristado goes down, Mello goes down, Melon goes down, and that looks like it cements a loss of this point for Louisiana Purchase.
Getting your Reinhardt walled in a situation like that can be so painful, and we see that even though the res does come out, it's just too little too late. And, very, very quickly, with almost 3 minutes still left on the clock, we are actually seeing our point A capped here. So going forwards into point B, whether either team is going to switch up the strategies, there's already a Shatter on the board and a Tire for the defense, so we'll see if some of these ults start coming out early, as both teams probably looking to play a little aggressive here.
Absolutely. It looks like we're going to see Matadors setting up for the left side rotation, trying to go in and maybe set up Hanzo, but Hanzo ends up getting picked out by Quintessence early on in the fight. This might be a little bit of a sit and wait situation for the Matadors here.
Yeah, exactly. You can't get picked early if you're looking to attack and close out a fight on point B here with the respawn advantage that defenders have. So we'll just be seeing more waiting from the attackers here. But Matadors are coming up on 4 ults, almost a 5th. So this could be pretty scary if they know how to use them right. They're still looking, it looks like, for this left side rotation, and the Hanzo is back and possibly looking for an off angle, and here's the bomb.
See a big off angle coming out. Ezra taking out Mello. Arrowhead ending up taking out Louisiana's Immort there. Cyberfish goes in and pops ult, but it only ends up going into Hurricane's Immort there. Statica throwing down a huge blizzard there. We see a bomb coming out. Mello gets a big res onto Quintessence, but it looks like Matadors are just getting picks left and right. huge value coming out from Statica there, especially. We see Killjoy walking in, just swinging into the Baptiste, about to swing into the Ashe. He ends up trading his life down, but it looks like they're going to confirm a tick. A big wall coming out, a big window coming out for when the wall drops. It looks like we have Junkrat contesting on point there, but that's quick work for Hurricane there, who gets a 2-piece, and they confirm this point with almost 4 minutes left on the clock.
That is a very fast offense, and there was so much value being found by Ezra on the flank there on the right side as everyone turns to look at the bomb and the main team pushing left. This Hanzo's getting a dragon and picks in the backline, taking out the supports that Louisiana is relying on. Both of these teams looking like they have a pretty aggressive playstyle, though. The pokey composition that we saw them defend with there, perhaps crumbling a little bit under pressure, but it could be very effective on attack.
Absolutely, I'm interested to see if we maybe see any comp changes from Louisiana on the attack here. I know that their DPS tend to favor maybe a little bit more of that double bubble style in some capacity, so it'll be interesting to see the comps they're rolling out on, seeing Shota on the ball and Cristado on the hog. They might just be memeing around in spawn, but this would be an interesting
the
comp.
question in my mind. Are they memeing around in spawn here, or are they actually going to come at us with this, bull hog, Sombra, Echo, Zen, Brig? If they do, it's going to play very aggressive with, almost no big healing and sustain from the support line. They're going to be looking to really close out fights with either, a pick from the Hog, massive poke from the Echo, or build up an EMP to actually close out a fight.
Looks like Louisiana are rolling out of spawn on Ball Hog. It'll be interesting to see the rotations that their Hog, their Zen, and their Brig take as well. Looks like Ball going to take a big setup right side. Echo just getting some poke in. Maybe going to get harassed out. Melon goes down to a Statica right away. Soldiers' rockets are just such exceptional assassination tools. You see Arrowhead going in and getting a 2-piece onto Cristado and Mello there, taking a support in one of the tanks out of the fight. Cyberfish taking out the Immort, but doesn't look like that's going to matter as the fight is now over.
The ball boops Arrowhead onto the low ground, but Arrowhead is having absolutely none of it. Just gets 2 kills from that exposed position. And we're now seeing, the attacking team playing a little bit slower, a little bit more pokey, perhaps waiting for an actual good engage, which they perhaps didn't have there as the Zen was picked off early. Shota going in again.
Absolutely, we see Shota go in and get a big slam, but he gets harassed out. So much damage coming into him. Cristado trying to take that left side rotation. Shota goes down to Killjoy there, and looks like that is going to be enough to shut down the push on the side of the Louisiana Purchase. They're just getting harassed out in rotation.
Yeah, Louisiana's tanks just have absolutely no tools with which to really protect these supports, and so twice now we've seen Melon fall early on that very delicate Zen, and we're going to have a swap to the Ana, which will allow them to, keep themselves alive a little bit better.
Absolutely, and like the Brig just can't get in there and get any swinging in, and we're seeing the Brig hurt in terms of ult charge as well. Yeah, Cyberfish going in there and making a big play, taking out the Junkrat. Is that going to be enough for them to engage off of, though?
It could be, and we see the ball coming in for the engage with a huge slam. DPS got a fantastic pinch, and now mines are coming out as well. This could be the moment. A huge anti as well being landed by Melon.
Absolutely. We're seeing ults coming out from all sides. We're seeing trades coming out from all sides with these ults here. It looks fairly even. It's messy. Cristado could go in there and get a ton of value. Ezra ends up taking out Mello. We see Shota on point just trying to roll around, but Killjoy just gets too much cleave into him. Cristado still does end up taking out Ezra, but he ends up trading his life for it as the fight is once again over on the side of Louisiana.
Yes, Louisiana struggling to close it out there as eventually the better sustain on the side of Matadors does win the day. But we're now seeing EMP, probably the best ultimate in the game, on the board for Louisiana. So let's see if they can get something done with this. Sombra on the off angle, clearly looking for some kind of opportunity, and it'll just be a matter of time until that comes out.
3 minutes in and we still haven't seen a Brig ultimate coming out. She just hasn't been able to brawl at all. We see a big EMP coming out, hitting 3. Mercy ends up popping ult. Bap ends up popping window. Sig comes out with the flux. It didn't look like they were able to get much off the EMP there. Cristado ends up throwing out his ult. We still have yet to see Cyberfish copy. We see a big shatter going in. As for taking out Quintessence, but we see a big copy onto Reinhardt with Cyberfish. But Killjoy goes in and takes out Mellow. Estatica with his ult ends up taking out Melon. Killjoy takes out Shota, and the fight is just lost.
So unfortunate when these ults are so hard won that it took them, such a long time to build, and now they've got 30 seconds left on the clock. They have to make something happen with only Nano and Rally on the board. That's going to be very difficult for them when they are... Oh, and they're bringing out picks, looking for a more dive composition, perhaps trying to get something done with Nano Monkey, because they know they only have 13 seconds to get onto this point.
Absolutely, it's going to be a struggle. It looks like Quintessence manages to get some contesting on the point. Shota ends up taking out Arrowhead, but Ezra ends up taking Divatomech and taking Cyberfish out of the fight. Blank gets a big res onto Arrowhead, but it doesn't look like it matters because Melon ends up getting a pick onto Killjoy. Quintessence takes out Ezra, and it looks like Luigiana maybe, just maybe, take this point. Looks like Mercy's anti right now. She goes down, and that is going to be enough to cement this fight in the favor of Luigiana, and they take first point.
They do make it eventually, although it's a struggle, and Matador's still coming in, looking to keep touching. They're going to have not nearly as much time as Matadors did to push B, but they do now have this very fast-paced dive composition with Doomfist, Sombra, like a more traditional dive tank line. So these engages should be very, fast, clean. They should be pretty dramatic and exciting to watch. And here's the monkey going straight after the Baptiste.
Absolutely. We see Melon taking so much poke here. Looks like Cristado ends up getting demeched by Ezra. Shota going in with the Primal there, taking out the Immortality field. You see him just messing stuff up, dispositioning everybody. You see Mello ended up taking Ezra out of copy. A big flux coming out from Arrowhead here. Ends up taking out Mello, but Cyberfish ends up getting Estatica. We see a window coming out on the side of Hurricane. Blank getting a big res onto Estatica. Killjoy taking out Shota. Estatica taking out Melon, but Cristado gets a big double remake. Doesn't look like it's going to be enough to confirm this fight, though.
Every Diva loves to see it. Every Diva player obviously excited with their brand new ability to actually kill people with their remake, and Cristado making the most of it. But he's going to have to remake here before they can take another fight on attack. 1 minute 50 left in the time bank, and they're going to be again looking to get something done with EMP. Whether they can push and follow up a little bit faster on this one and actually close out the fight before the higher sustain comp on the side of Matadors actually gets their abilities back and pulls it back is what we're going to have to see here.
Absolutely. We see Luigiana taking this left side rotation, swapping to mirror the brawl here. Looks like we have both support ults coming out as well. It'll be interesting to see how the rally factors into this fight as well as the Nano. They're just slowly poking and trading. We're watching the shield battle take place here. 5 ults on the side of Luigiana. A big EMP comes out, connecting on 1 or 2. Looks like Cyberfish comes in with the Meteor Strike. We see the rally coming out. Cyberfish taking out 2 there. Reinhardt going in with the Nano, Mello taking out Killjoy. Ooh, Cyberfish going in and punching Soldier out of ult. You hate to see it. Sigma on point just trying to desperately hold on to his life, but he ends up getting taken out. Looks like we have Lucio coming back to point to try and stall. Are we going to be able to kill him? All setting up and staging.
Everyone on the side of Matador is just switching over here to stall picks. Heroes that are very independent, but it's not going to be enough, and they're not going to touch the point. Much nicer fight, that one, than the EMP fight on A, where, Luigiana actually went in, they actually started following up on that EMP, and it went so much better for them.
Absolutely, and I think they just might feel a little bit more comfortable on the Reinhardt now that we look at the gameplay. They tried rolling out on what looked like what might have been comfort picks in comp, but didn't look like that was quite enough. But once they ended up swapping and getting some value out of that, it looks like they are still back in this game, hopefully taking this to a 3-1, or maybe taking us to yet another 3-2.
It could go either way right now, with 1 minute on the clock for Luigiana to actually push here and only 1 minute, they're going to have to build these ultimates a little bit faster than they did in the first round. But that's absolutely doable depending on the characters they pick and depending on how aggressive they want to play. Of course, it's going to be Matador's job to keep looking for these early picks that they've been finding so consistently. And, if they find even a couple of them, it's going to drastically cut down the potential for Luigiana to take more than like 1 or 2 fights here.
Absolutely. I find it interesting to see how, the lower it seems to get, the more fuel-esque comps seem to get, right? Seeing the Echo and the Sombra, it's interesting to see how much maybe Owl has influenced. Mello getting insta-picked by Ezra there. Unfortunate, but Ezra taking a ton of damage there. Manages to get out, but he takes out Cyberfish as well before the fight even starts.
And it's just yet more of these early picks coming out for Matadors. They clearly know how to take these poke phases of the fights, and Luigiana really struggling to rotate in and take a fight without losing one of their members. Only 30 seconds left on the clock now, so it's getting a little dicey.
Absolutely. Cristado goes in there to invest, but Ezra just on this off angle, assassinating supports. Mello goes in for the res on the Melon. My goodness, that's never going to get easier to say. You see Cristado going in there. Shota is already taking a ton of damage. Cristado taking a ton of harass here. Doesn't look like they're quite able to force out too many resources from that. Looks like Cristado goes in for yet another jump, trying to get a little bit of cleave in, but Junkrat just keeping him at arm's length, and they don't manage to touch the point. Cyberfish looking like he was going to try, but that cements a very tough defense for Luigiana here.
That is really tough for Luigiana. Just as I was saying right before the map, when you only have a minute on the clock, if you get picked early, it drastically cuts down the fights you can take. And with losing people to Ezra's very successful DPS, it just meant that they actually didn't get any solid fights on their attack there. Really difficult for them. And Ezra, all credit, incredibly successful on this off angle.
Absolutely, and it was interesting to see Ezra just assassinating supports in the backline. I wonder if that's something that maybe some of our coaches could help with. Maybe a little bit more awareness of DPS off angles for some of the supports there.
I'm sure whoever picks up Ezra's team is going to be encouraging them to support these off angles with perhaps an off tank or a pocket, to get this incredible value out of them. We're going to be seeing, it looks like a Farah. I don't know if they're memeing right now, but it could be a pharmacy coming out from the offense. Again, the slightly non-traditional Rein Diva Bap Mercy from the defense, looking to play like slightly spammy, but with the Rein shield that I guess they can reposition and look to try and like block enemy spam with.
Absolutely. It'll be interesting to see where the Sigma and the Hog rotate here. Coming into this fight, looks like they're again taking that rotation to the Palace, but Shota going down on the ground, getting instantly picked. Ezra taking a big pick onto Cyberfish. Mello going down as well. They're not going to have Res. Estatica just coming in with a two-piece. What happened to Luigiana? They just got rolled over, and that cements the point for Matadors.
That is the power of these DPS like Farah against heroes like Reinhardt. And when the diva on the low ground gets hooked, it's immediately almost immediately all over. Really, really difficult for the defense to sustain without that off tank against the Farah. Beautiful play of the game here from Killjoy, swinging the hammer. But yeah, we will be going to another map here, and that was very well played from Matadors. I hope we get to see more of, this really aggressive DPS play that's finding picks and just absolutely shutting down Luigiana.
Absolutely. 2-2 looks like we're dragging this match into a 3-2. Matadors kicking and screaming, rolling in, barrel rolling over the Luigiana there. Coming into our next map, looks like we'll be running into Lijiang Tower, so it'll be interesting to see the since we saw some Hog Ball and some Hog Sig coming out on Anubis, it'll be interesting to see what they do with Lijiang Tower, where the meta has been kind of up in the air as to what to play.
Yeah, I think Lijiang's such a fun map to watch, right? Because you get these really different compositions on each map. You get to see these more brawly compositions on Control Center, and the Junkrat Symmetra brawls often, which you don't see very often. You more often see like the Maze and Kreese played in Brawl. So really interesting, brawl variants get played on Control Center. Gardens, obviously, you see like many more dives. You see all sorts, really. You see some of the more brawly dives with Moira Lucio and Reaper Sombra. You see some of the more like double bubble competitions. You can see Ball as well. And then Night Market. Lots of teams like to take that Symmetra Brawl again, but then other teams like to counter that with a Para. So real diversity on Lijiang, and I'm really excited to see if we get some more creative compositions. Cyberfish just hinting at a Bastion there, but immediately hopefully not playing that.
Coming on the Control Center, anything can happen here. We've seen more spammy comps. We've seen the Dallas Fuel come in and just dominate on the Symmetra here. We've seen, in APAC, we've seen a ton of ball comps coming out on this map. So it'll be interesting to see what some of the lower ranks pull out as it relates to Lijiang Tower here.
And it looks like we're getting a full sort of traditional Ryan Diva, Junksim, Bap Lucio mirror from these teams. So that should be really fun to watch. They're going to be looking to brawl straight away for control of this white room on the side of point. And then obviously looking to have the massive spam from turrets and Junkrat hold these tiny enclosed spaces where it's so hard to play against.
Absolutely. Looks like from both sides we see an immediate teleport just rushing straight into White Room. Cyberfish coming in with the two-piece on Hurricane. Mello taking out a Statica, and the fight's over before it even starts.
Mine from Cyberfish, absolutely just closing out first fight in the first few seconds. And now we're going to see them, pushing all the way up to choke, taking immediate command of this map. Cyberfish able to play on the offense, but there's a pick coming out for Matadors, and that could be their opening.
Absolutely. Matadors want to really play quickly into this now that they don't have their Symmetra here. Looks like Matadors forced out their Immort right away. Killjoy almost going down. That's going to be a big advantage on the side of Luigiana here. It's going to be interesting to see. We trade Immorts now. Looks like it's going to be just a little bit of poke here. Killjoy going in, trying to swing. We see a tire coming out from Cyberfish. Who is he going to pick up? And he picks up a three-piece. Quintessence taking down Ezra. And once again, Luigiana just cementing that this point is theirs.
The fish really shining on this map so far with that mine and that tire. We're going to see potentially Matadors, however, getting like a little bit more space to attack here if they take advantage of it. But no, there's already like the Diva's getting staggered, and that is very difficult for Matadors to actually push until their Diva gets back. There's a window as well.
Absolutely. Seeing a window come out. It's interesting. We're going to see Matadors try and go for a little bit of a longer rotation. Cyberfish, though, just taking out Hurricane. Once again, this is just one of those situations where we don't get a chance to engage in a brawl because Cyberfish is just out here, taking out the backline, taking out supports before anybody has a chance to play the game.
And, last map, that was Ezra, so perhaps both teams getting a bit of a taste of their own medicine. We're now going to see a rotation through the dark space here into White Room. A much brawlier fight here, and Taya coming out. Will it find any picks?
Let's see, it's going around for a very wide, but it looks like it gets taken out by Cyberfish with the mine. We see a Shatter come out. Looks like it only takes out both DPS there on the side of Luigiana here. Blank takes out Mello. Is Matador going to be able to take out or take this point? Looks like they're going to be able to reclaim point here, but it might not be before they go into overtime.
Yep, finally flipping the map at 96% on the clock. Matadors cannot lose another fight. But luckily, they've got, a huge amount of resources in this brawl comp to continually stabilize with. They've got both support ults and the Diva Bomb that they can just hold space with. So it will really depend on how well they're able to defend against the ults coming out from Luigiana here, as Luigiana are actually taking space in the White Room.
Absolutely. We see Statica throw out a wall. You might see more of an aggressive beat coming out here from Mello. We see a window coming out. Ooh, Shoda throwing out a Diva ult, but it doesn't find anything. Mello going in for more of an aggressive ult. Arrowhead throwing an ult up into the air, doesn't find anybody, but a Statica goes down to Quintessence. Killjoy goes down to Cristado. Cyberfish takes out Killjoy. And we just see a messy fight. Picks coming out from both sides. Ezra still has an ult coming in, so we might be able... We see Ezra throwing out Junkrat ult. Is that going to find anybody? It ends up taking out Quintessence. Hurricane takes out Cyberfish, and it looks like Matadors are going to maintain point control here.
That is such a messy fight with people going down on both sides, and Cristado is still trying to fight it. Quintessence was just left alone in the backline for such a long time, able to get so much value, but Matadors actually are able to eventually close it out. But with, you know, using several ultimates there, and they're you know, have significantly fewer resources to actually keep this with as the wall comes out from Quintessence, and Luciana is pushing him very aggressively.
Ooh, we see a huge shatter coming out from Killjoy. Ezra coming in with the two-piece mines off of Killjoy's shatter. Arrowhead taking out Cristado, and Killjoy cleaning up Cyberfish, and now it's just the Diva left. My goodness, these fights happening just lightning quick.
And they're proving me wrong there as I say that they don't have many resources, but Killjoy has a shatter, and that's all they really need as they completely close out that fight. Window now, and Luigiana are just probably going to be playing a little patient, wait. Oh, but they can't do that. The point is 100%. You can't not push into that window.
Unfortunate.
Unfortunate. Well, that was a really interesting map, and perhaps, you know, I didn't go the way I would expect it to go midway through, as it really looked like Matadors were, you know, struggling there.
Absolutely, but they came back very strong there. As from pulling it out, you know, we saw Cyberfish kind of asserting Junkrat dominance there initially, but then Ezra came in and, you know, kind of said, no, you're not quite the best Junkrat in the lobby. You know, sit on the sidelines for just a second. Looks like we've got Brawl coming out from both sides, but Cyberfish coming out on the Echo once again. Seems like a bit of a comfort pick coming out from him. It's going to be interesting to see.
What are these compositions? We have a Brawl with a Pharmacy from the side of Matadors, and then we have the double main tank composition on the side of Luigiana, looking to be able to perhaps hold both of these doors at once as Reinhardt's fending off the Pharmacy and Monkey looking at the main team. But Ezra finds a pick, and it's going to be, you know, hard to hold on to that point with no off tank to defend against Ezra. But Killjoy's getting a pick again.
Absolutely. Cyberfish just harassing this Mercy, but she just continually runs away, never quite finding enough for the pick. Cyberfish ends up taking down Blank. Ezra takes down Melon. It's still a pretty scrappy fight. We might see Luigiana come back and win this, but it looks like Matadors might be able to take this. Ezra taking down Mello. Cristado taking down Hurricane and Killjoy, though. Oh no, Luigiana coming back and swinging this fight. Ezra wasn't quite able to generate enough value there, it didn't look like. Cyberfish doing such an excellent job of just harassing the Pharmacy.
Very, very patient from Luigiana's tanks there, and they're going to, you know, need to get healed up before the next fight starts, but, you know, playing point, knowing that they didn't want to play in the open against those spammy DPS, and actually taking their time, you know, getting those picks one by one, and playing with their cover, you know, getting the initial point control, and they're now going to be able to keep it as they're playing this choke very effectively.
Ooh, looks like we get a critical sleep out on the Killjoy that ends up taking him out of the fight, which forced out Matador's Immortality Field, and that might be just enough for, you know, Luigiana to keep Matadors at arm's distance here. Shoda going in, getting Nano, Cyberfish taking a two-piece, Shoda taking out Hurricane, Luigiana just asserting dominance on this Gardens here. Cyberfish falling off the map, unfortunately.
Fish no longer needed, though, perhaps, as the fight was already closed out. Cyberfish, you know, my work here is done. Bye. They're going to be looking to... Oh, but there's a huge shatter coming up from Killjoy!
Killjoy coming in with a big shatter, but it doesn't look quite like they were able to capitalize off it. We see Arrowhead coming in with a big flux too. Quintessence taking out a Statica. Shoda taking out Ezra. It looks like this is slightly favoring Luigiana here. Killjoy taking out Cyberfish though. Blank getting a big res onto a Statica. Are they going to be able to take this though? Killjoy going down. Now it's just a matter of time before Monkey walks on the backline. Baptiste getting harassed here by Shoda. we will see. There's a big scrappy fight going on point. Looks like right now Luigi has a numbers advantage, and they just cement that, throwing down a big nade from Melon. Costado taking out Hurricane, Quintessence taking out Zezfra, and now it's just the ball stall trying to hold on to a lost fight here. And it looks like possibly, maybe, Luigiana does confirm this point.
Yes. Well, this could not be closer as we're going into the final point of the fifth map. That shatter in the open space, forcing Luigiana to take a fight in a place where they didn't really want to take it should have been huge, but Luigiana just get up too fast. And we're going to see, Night Market actually deciding this series, which has been so closely fought and back and forth across, all of these maps. And we're probably going to be seeing another Symmetra teleporting brawl in.
Absolutely. Last round, it looked like Luigiana was winning out a little bit in the brawl there. Shota coming back on the monkey, maybe just adding in a ton of extra cleave with the Reinhardt. Well, we'll see how this turns out. Maybe if they'll be missing that diva or not. Looks like Matadors ends up... Luigiana ends up taking the quick teleport. They end up picking 3 right off the bat. Arrowhead goes off the map. Ezra's down. Now it's just Hurricane left. My goodness, just so quick. These fights happen at the speed of light.
Shota really, knowing when he has an opportunity to go in with the monkey jump and really capitalizing on it immediately, making this double main tank composition actually work for the side of Luigiana. And Matadors now pushing in, not perhaps seeing the monkey in their backline until he goes in.
Absolutely, that bubble just forcing out an immortality from Matadors there. Statica going down as well. Killjoy just getting so much harass fed into him. Cristado just going in and swinging his hammer for free because he can't get any heals. Shota just in the back line throwing down his bubble. Huge shatter coming out from Killjoy, but it doesn't hit anything. Unfortunately, he loses his life along with his shatter.
Is so unfortunate for Killjoy. And Luigiana, now holding on to this point very, very well. And coming up on a whole bunch of ultimates, which is going to make their control of this point very difficult to break. Matador is now looking to hold the high ground, just getting stalled by this wall, this monkey, the sim turrets, and Reinhardt anti. Like, how difficult is it to stay alive against this composition?
Absolutely. You see so much cleave coming out from the monkey. You see so much cleave coming out from Reinhardt. Mello taking out Killjoy. And it looks like Luigiana are just going to keep walking into Matadors and putting so much cleave. Monkey putting that distance between the supports and the tank line. Ezra goes in for the his ultimate, trying to clean up the series here, but it doesn't look like it's going to connect. Luigiana here
really living the main tank life of suffering there, getting slowed by the sim turrets, antis charged, really struggling to gain entry into this point. They're actually going to be looking for perhaps a different rotation here. Oh, and here's the Diva Bomb coming out from the side of Matadors. Will it find anything?
Doesn't, but Cristado finds Blank and Killjoy if they can make it to point. Cristado getting a 3-piece. Our Matador is going to be able to make the point, and it doesn't look like it. And Luigiana take home this series, just walking in and asserting the brawl dominance. Shota coming in there with a monkey, isolating targets, breaking down the resource chain of Matadors, and cementing this as a 3-2 in Luigiana favor.
And what a way to end the series. It's been so close and so back and forth the entire time. But Luigiana on that very last map just looking dominant with the Reinhardt monkey that, Matadors just didn't have an answer to. Well, that was very entertaining to watch and an absolute pleasure to cast. So I really hope we're going to be seeing everyone back tomorrow for more of the action.
Absolutely. It was fantastic matches today. It looks like we're going to have a very interesting bottom bracket. We're going to see Matadors end up going up against... Matadors going up against Not Dismissed Red, I believe. Going to be a very interesting play. And then we're going to see Luigiana and C9. These are going to be some amazing games. And I think, a big deciding factor in these past couple matches has actually been a a lot of support play, right? You see very big antis that just come in and, stop support or stop certain tanks from pushing in, kind of put a kibosh on the push and allow for much more aggression. And it seems like, at this rank, the fights are just won and lost by big nanos.
Absolutely. Big nanos, big antis, and some of the off-tank plays as well, like Arrowhead picking up some of those kills on Anubis from some very unlikely positions was pretty impressive. The reses as well coming out from the side of Louisiana, coming out from Mellow and Melon, who I know I'm going to mix up. Some of them absolutely insane, pulling off reses in some really gutsy situations. So uh amazing plays from everyone. And like I said, an absolute pleasure to watch.
Absolutely. I think everybody here on the production side is a bit tired, so I think we are going to start wrapping it up. Fantastic matches today for the day one of the coaching clash, the Platinum Push. Fantastic to see what these teams can do. And yeah, thank you for watching. Very fun time casting.
Thank you for watching.